Okay. But it is very, very interesting to see Jacopo's journey. Like, he is not in a simple position at all. He has no one. He hasn't talked to anyone for a year, except for this old guy. Other than that, he's very, very solitary. Like, he doesn't have anyone. And he has to think about everyone else before himself. And not everyone is really, you know, looking at his work as something good. There's always, even if you do good deeds, even if you do your best, there's always gonna be some people that don't appreciate it. Like, you can't please everyone. And I feel like he's trying to please everyone so freaking hard that will be his downfall. That's one of the downfalls that he will have. Because he wants to be such a different lord than Lord Barnier was. And he gets frustrated because the other people don't see it. They don't see the good he's trying to do. So now he might, you know, start doing stuff that might affect them a little bit more. Time drifted slowly onward. As I'd anticipated, there was no news regarding her whereabouts. But new shops and stalls continued opening in the city, with them coming a steady flow of travelers and passing merchants. And as traffic through the city increased, so too did the number of people seeking an audience with me. I was getting busier by the day. My plans to attract merchants and artisans from the capital had worked, and every one of them seemed to have a bigger, more ambitious proposition than the last. There's also a keyword here. I was getting busier by the day. He's already exhausted. He's way over his head with all this work. Like, he doesn't even have time to think about his own feelings, like his own mental health. So of course, it's gonna drive him into madness. We'll see what's gonna be like the final thorn. Because right now, he's keeping it together rather well with everything that's happened. Like, he's just starting to crumble. But he's still holding on. I thought that he would have crumbled like when Ceren died. When he had to... I thought that was the point, but he's holding up rather well. But we know that it's gonna take a turn for the worse. My days became a cycle of meetings, reviewing propositions, balancing the budget, and deciding whether to proceed or postpone. And amidst all the tumult, my thoughts drifted ever further from the poorest of my people. And they're gonna hate him for it. And that's the last of the day's meetings. There's no end in sight to this. That is a good thing, my lord. It means you have succeeded in drawing traffic to the city. I guess, but still. I need to go back and review all those proposals, so... Lord Barnier, a moment. I don't have a moment to spare. A townsperson requests an audience with the Lord. You have been instructed to deny entry to commoners. I tried, but he refuses to leave the gate. Is it Gratien? Hold on. What's this man's name? Sir, he calls himself Gratien. Oh shit, is it really him? Now look at him smiling. He wants to see him. Let him in by all means. He misses them. My lord, you mustn't give anyone special treatment. Gratien's not just anyone. We've been to hell and back together. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. I should hear what he has to say. No, my lord, you cannot. Your past is... He's a good friend. I'm not sending him away. That's not even on the table. Friend or not, you mustn't give him an audience. You are the lord now, and he a mere peasant. You cannot be certain he will hold himself with proper decorum. I don't appreciate what you're implying about my friend, old man. He's no goddamn brute. I like that Jacopo is backing up his friend. This is how friends should be like. This is how friends should be like. Back you up. I imply nothing, my lord. He's like, I know. Keep your counsel to topics you actually know something about. I'm not going to stand by and listen to anyone insult my friends, not even you. My lord, must I remind you yet again to keep your temper in check? Grah, that's enough out of you. I'm done. Not another word on this subject. My lord. Hey, guard, open the gate. Yes, sir. Sup, Jacopo? It's been ages. It feels like forever. How have you been doing? Never been better. How about you, kid? Ahem. Show proper respect to your lord, peasant. Oh my gosh. How about you shut the F up? You are to refer to him as Lord Barnier, not any false names he may have responded to while in hiding. Let it go, Odilon. You know what? Get out of here. Seriously? You ain't gonna let him kick back even for a buddy? Enough, Odilon. He can call me by my old name. But my lord, I said I've heard enough from you. Well, look at you taking charge and barking orders, all important like. You're like a whole new man, my lord. Please, you can use my name. I'm dead serious though. Hard to believe it ain't even been 2 years. You seriously look like a whole new man. You think so? I don't feel like I've changed all that much myself. I don't know, you just, what's the word? Emanate lordliness now. Guess it don't take long in the noble's den to turn into one of them, no matter how far down the chain you come from. And look at this room! Look at all these fancy fucking furnishings! None of this is all Barnier stuff, is it? Nope. With all the meetings I've been having, I needed to make sure I had a room that was nice and presentable. Well, that's one way to put it. Hey, don't think I'm just throwing around money for the fun of it. If I want any pull in a negotiation, I need to look like I have. No need to explain yourself, kid. I totally get it. It ain't easy dealing with a bunch of rich folks with sticks up their asses. At least he understands. I appreciate it. Anyway, what brings you here today? Whoa, bud, do I need a reason to visit a friend? Can't a guy just want to hang out and catch up? Come on. I never said that. I'm just extremely busy at the moment. I don't have much time to spare for anyone. Not even himself. Come on, don't be such a tight ass. That's exactly why I'm here. To make sure you don't get that stick up there so deep it punctures your brain. You gotta let loose sometimes. I suppose. Thank you for your concern. So let's get sloshed, just like the old days. I even brought the booze. I wish I could, but I don't have the time. You'll drink with merchants and rich snobs, but not me. Can't we just, you know, chill and talk? We don't have to drink. That stings, kid. Right in the gut. I see you're as pushy as ever. Alright, fine. One drink in the back room. Haha, that's what I'm talking about. Why the dots? You guys, why the dots? Odilon, you better not be doing anything. Anything shady. My lord. It'll be fine, Odilon. We go back years. There's nothing wrong with a couple friends sharing drinks after hours. Why did I get a feeling... Gratien is here to see him, right? Not to backstab him. I don't remember if it was told in the story before. If it was told in Door 8. If you insist, my lord, but the peasant must leave his blade behind. I will not under any circumstances allow you to be alone with an armed slum dweller. Yeesh, everyone here needs to loosen up, huh? You seriously think I'm gonna pull a sword on an old pal? Humor me. Whatever, fine. You win, old-timer. Happy now? Yes. Sorry about that, Gratien. Odilon's always on edge. It's nothing personal. Oh, I just feel the betrayal, like, incoming. Like, Barnier's words are also penetrating my mind. Nah, it's cool. Can't say I blame him. Hopefully I'm wrong. Now let's go get thrashed. I brought a little something from that pub we used to haunt. Betcha usually drink way better shit than this now that you're the friggin' lord. But it'll be like old times, you know? This reminds me of the time we had that drinking contest. Wanna go another round? I'll have to refrain. Odilon would murder me if I did that. Sounds like the geezer got ya by the balls, huh? No fun allowed up here in the Lord's house. It can be rather suffocating, yeah. Well, Maria and Gratien had that talk, so maybe she inspired him to come up here. She must have inspired him to come up here, right? Because he's lonely. Well, you can at least let loose today. To old times, kid. To old times. Now this is a sight I never dreamed of. The two of us here in the Lord's Manor, drinking together. We were both slaves when we met, for God's sake. Ha ha ha, no fucking joke. You never know what life'll bring ya. Been almost 5 years since then. Yeah, we aren't even 20 yet. I expect we've both grown quite a bit since those days. Or are you still running around like a wild boar even now? Hard to say. I don't think I'm as bad as I used to be, but getting into shit kinda comes with the territory, you know? And the slums are still the same as ever. I see. So how's everyone doing down there? We're scraping by as usual. The rest of the gang? And Maria? The guys are still lazing around at the pub all day. Maria's rebuilt the brothel and she's getting by as best she can. Obviously not in the same place, and it's smaller than the old one. But for a chick, she's doing all right for herself. I'm glad to hear it. So tell me, kid, you and her totally had a thing, yeah? Where on earth did that come from? Yeah, I'd rather the two of them have a thing. I believe I've already told you, no we didn't. Just seems like she's about 10 times more worried about you than anyone else. But they seem like such close friends. They to me are giving off like best friend vibes. But best friend vibes is the best kind of romantic love, I would say, because wouldn't you want to be together with someone that is your best friend? But maybe like he feels that they're more like siblings. There must have been something. Don't make sense otherwise. And I mean, a guy and a girl can be just friends. Anyone who thinks otherwise, check yourselves. Maybe she just had a thing for you, and you never saw it. Poor girl. There were no romantic feelings on either side. Platonic love. We were friends, simple as that. Nothing more, nothing less. Have you seen those... Gratien! What does that have to do with anything? At least Jacopo doesn't objectify. Well, he is kinda shallow, you know, with Morgana's face. The thing he said. But otherwise, he hasn't. It just doesn't make sense to me. Gratien is like, men and women can't be friends. Boy, you need to learn. Because absolutely, you need to change your mindset. How can a guy only be friends with a chick? Gratien, we are gonna do a Discord room for you. We're gonna teach you. This just seems so objectifying. Gratien. You say some problematic stuff sometimes. But then again, they're very believable characters. Like, they can't all be the same. Like, they can't all just be Michael. Michael would never say this. It just means we value certain things in life differently. You know, you like to do that sometimes. Get all weirdly noble like that. How is that weirdly noble? Hey, I didn't mean that as a jab. It has nothing to do with being noble. Maria's special. We've known each other most of our lives, and we survived hell together. This brings me back to door 3. I love that door. And Jacopo's and Maria's relationship, they had a good relationship in the past. Oh yeah, you mentioned that before, didn't ya? That you two have known each other longer than anyone else. What was it like back then for the two of ya? Before I met her, Maria was raised in an orphanage. She said she ran off because she and the director didn't get along. I think the director did something to her. For sure. Ha, can't say I'm surprised. He just thinks like everything is like surface level. Gratien, you need to go a little bit deeper. It's not always as it seems. It's not so simple as she said she ran off because she and the director didn't get along. He thinks that, oh, he couldn't take, like, her attitude. No. How about you? I hardly remember anything from before I came to this city. Just bits and pieces of what my mother told me. Being guarded by a bunch of men, being kidnapped by bandits. You mean that noble woman? Real shame you hadn't lose her so soon after reuniting, huh? Indeed it is. Ha ha ha! What? No! What? Don't you think it's about time you cut the shit? Uh-oh! Trouble incoming! I knew it was too good to be true. Because this game always serves curveballs. Oh my gosh. Don't you think it's about time you cut the shit? Excuse me? You're not a Barnier. You didn't inherit the throne. You're just a damn fraud. So what if he is? This plays well for both of you. Ain't that right, Jacopo? Oh my gosh. My gut feeling, y'all. I hate when it's right. Yeah. Well, seems like one of them might end up dead, and it's not Jacopo. What are you talking? Finally starting to kick in, looks like. And I was thinking that something might have been, but I didn't really wanna... I didn't wanna say anything. I wanted to believe him. But also when he talked to that man. Like, you know that man that came there in the slums? It was just some random guy. God. Finally starting to kick in, looks like. God, you got any idea how hard it was to throttle you through that entire conversation? What? Betrayed by his friend. Almost out of nowhere. My heart rate skyrocketed and my legs started trembling so violently I had to lean against the wall to support myself. The whole world started swirling. Oh, the betrayal! The betrayal! And I could just barely make out my old friend glaring at me through the fog. How you like that? Feels like your heart's about to burst, don't it? Don't you worry, kid. You won't be feeling nothing soon. You poisoned the drinks? Why would you... Why? You seriously need me to spell it out for you? Ha! You've been stuffing your head with fucking rainbows up here. He's been doing what he can do! You wanna know what they call you down in the slums? Jacopo the Betrayer. I did not betray. You take one goddamn look at the city and tell me that again. While you're up here treating anyone with a cart and some trinkets to sell like fucking royalty, the slums is still the same rat's nest you left it. It takes time, okay? No, we're even worse off now. With your new marketplace, anyone can turn a little bit of money into big old pile of gold. But if you got nothing to begin with, you're just dead in the streets. All you're doing is making the rich even richer. No, I'm trying... I wanted to explain how I had everything planned out. How I first needed to improve the economy as a whole before I could turn my attention to the less well-off. That nothing changing was proof I was protecting them. That the slums had been in danger of being eradicated entirely, and I had stopped it. But I could see in his eyes that nothing I said would convince him. As far as he was concerned, I was pure evil. You're not the man you used to be. Gratien, why? I thought you believed in me. You're damn right I did. And then you went and fed us a bunch of lies. You called yourself the rightful heir. You called yourself a Barnier. But I did my digging. You don't got a lick of royal blood in you. All you ever wanted was the lie in your pockets, you selfish bastard. No, You never had any intention of helping us. Please, hear me out, Gratien. We were all just pawns to you. The whole damn revolution was part of your game. I'm begging you. How's it feel knowing your throne sits on the backs of all those people you betrayed? Please. You don't have any right to call yourself the goddamn lord. Gratien! Hell, you barely have any right to call yourself a fucking man. You're just a rat in fancy clothes. It should have been me. I would have made an infinitely better lord than you ever were. If only I'd had that ring, then it could have been me. He thinks that he would have made better decisions. No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't have lasted. So that's what this is all about. In a flash, everything I once felt for this man, all the friendship, the camaraderie, the sympathy, went cold. As much as he tried to dress up this whole farce, that was where his heart truly was. He was just sour about not being the one who got to be Lord. He believed himself superior. He got himself caught up in this stupid fit of jealousy. Ah, friendship and jealousy. That is not a good concoction. Jealousy in friendship. Usually, when you sense a lot of jealousy from friends, you need to distance yourself from these people because they will be a nightmare. It's better to just distance yourself. Let's see how this goes. He got himself caught up in this stupid fit of jealousy. And now he's trying to kill me over it? That's seriously all this is? Are you listening to a word you're saying? What was that? You're the one who's not the man he used to be. And you're the one who's being a self-centered bastard. Talk all you want, dead man. The Gratien I knew would never resort to using poison. He'd have drawn his sword the second he passed through those gates, faced me like a man. But look at you. Even Barnier had more of a spine than you. You dare compare me to that sack of shit? Alright, fine, I'll play it your way. He had a knife hidden on him? Uh-oh. An instant later, Gratien was brandishing a short blade. He had snuck it in under his clothes, I presume. And now I'm thinking, how much training has Jacopo been doing while he's been so busy? I was almost amazed at how thoroughly prepared he was. He'd never had any intention of this going any other way. That's horrible. And the way Jacopo trusted him too. Ultimate betrayal. He hadn't come to talk. I do not think that Maria knew about this at all. And if she gets the news that Gratien is killed by Jacopo and doesn't know the entire story, I would assume that she thought that he's lost. He's lost it. So that might also be one of the reasons why she so wants to kill him in the future. He hadn't come to talk. He was never going to hear me out. He was here to do one thing and one thing only. And I doubted he had any plans for what would come next. Raw hatred was all that fueled him. He wouldn't take my place after killing me. He wouldn't work himself to the bone to ensure the city kept running. He didn't give a single damn about any of that. You're scum. I won't be taken down by some worthless, self-absorbed rat. Nothing I had ever tried had been enough to best Gratien in combat. And that was when I was at my peak. Not with the myriad needles of his poison prickling my every pore. Barely able to stand under my own weight. But still, I had no intention of surrendering my life to this cur. I took in a deep breath, clenched my teeth, shouted at my shaking limbs. Move. Move, move, move. Move, damn you. My fingers, I could feel them again. Before the thought finished passing through my mind, my hand reached for a blade. Grasping the rapier hanging from the wall, I swiftly drew it from its scabbard. It was a decorative blade, not meant for combat. Is it dull then? Oh, Nils is leaving. Bye! It would probably bounce right off Gratien's muscular chest. But there was one place I could target. Rot in hell, you son of a bitch. Knife in hand, he lunged at me. Just moments before death befell me. My vision, blurred by the poison, grew unbelievably clear. Gratien almost appeared to be moving in slow motion. I wasn't sure my mind had ever been so clear, so sharp in battle before. The dying embers of my fading life burned anew into a blazing inferno. Unlike my fight with Barnier, this one was over in an instant. Before I had time to breathe, or even blink, it was settled. And in that same instant, everything I had built up with this man turned to dust. Oh, so dark. But it was either him or Gratien. Y'all, Gratien turned mad. Mad by jealousy. I had never once defeated him. For as long as I had known him, I was always, always, always number 2. And now, for the very first time, I won. Why did it have to be you there and not me? Y'all, I'm so disappointed in him. The blade of rapier in my hand skewered Gratien's throat. His mouth flapped open and shut like a fish. He glared at me, face twisted in a mixture of hatred and agony. He will never forget this sight. Sputtering fragments of contempt, until the life drained from his eyes. My first victory against my old friend. Also took his life. And it all happened in a blink of an eye. Hardly enough time to even register in my mind. Oh, I feel bad for Jacopo. He really wanted to see his friend. And he never... The thought never even crossed him that he could be here to backstab him somehow. But from this point on, oh, the way Barnier's word will echo through his skull. Jealousy can be such poison. My lord, what was all that commotion? What happened? Oh. My lord, please stay with me. Were you poisoned? Is anyone there? Yes, sir. A doctor, as quickly as you can. This man literally gonna be his only friend. I quite understand Jacopo's downfall from here on. Like, he's been through a lot already. From the ambush to now, oh my goodness. My lord, please, my lord, a doctor will be here shortly. Please stay with me just a little longer. My lord. Odilon, you were right. I was stupid. I should have listened. I thought he was my friend, but he wasn't. Not anymore. And because we had once been friends, that made him my greatest threat. Oh. Oh my goodness. That must feel absolutely horrible. And then for Maria to go after him as well. Y'all. He must be feeling so alone. Can't breathe. I would have been like, okay, then everyone has something against me. If I was in Jacopo's shoes. Because he's so isolated up there. My blood feels like it's made of magma. My throat burns. My skin, it's like it's being eaten away. Huh? Oh my god, Barnier, get the freak out of our head! I knew it! I knew! Y'all! I knew! This is Barnier, for sure. Barnier is infiltrating our mind now. We're gonna hear his laughter, we're gonna hear his last words. Who's there? He's already hallucinating. Ha 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 ha. Who's there? Why are you laughing? He's gonna be like, I told you. And it's only gonna get worse. Answer me. Oh! Oh my gosh, the jump scare! Oh, he's so spooky! How does it feel, boy? To know it all went exactly as I said it would. Well, how? But that you wouldn't be able to trust anyone. I think Jacopo is on the verge of life and death. Like he's in the middle somewhere. You're dead. The worst is yet to come, boy. Silence. You could work yourself to the marrow of your bones, and still the people will never look beyond the surface. I said enough. Listen, you can hear the scorn in their voices. They're calling you a tyrant, a soulless monster. I know you can hear them. They are not. They say you're no better than me, that you're a foolish ruler who cares not for his people. They shout an endless cacophony of discontent. Shut up. Just shut up. I'm nothing like you. Can you, then, remain a virtuous leader, no matter how bitterly your people despise you? Is your love for them truly so resolute? No, the virtue you brandish was never so selfless. Tell me I'm wrong, slum rat. It is not benevolence that drove you to take the throne, but a thirst for power, for prestige. Well, he always wanted power, because he's felt powerless for like his entire life. And the most powerless he ever felt was during the ambush. He literally couldn't do anything. He was stabbed and that was that. He couldn't do nothing. And just woke up on the aftermath and just saw the horrors. Not another word. Do you know what truly brought you here? You were tired of people looking down on you. You thought you would be treated with respect if you had real power. You wanted it more than anything in the world. Enough already. You dedicated your life in the service of others. It was never going to last. Allow me to make a prediction. Soon, very soon, you'll find yourself drifting over to my side. You'll stop caring about the people's lives, and for that they will despise you. You lose any last bit of sense left in you. Push everyone away until you're all alone, and then you will succumb completely to madness's grip. Stop talking. You don't have what it takes to be the lord of the land. I said stop talking. Oh, so scary. The people aren't the only ones who aren't on your side. You have enemies everywhere you look. Oh my gosh. The nobles don't accept you as one of them. They'll try to drag you off your throne by any means. Your aides and servants will turn on you. And this won't be the last time you breathe in claws of poison. Again and again and again and again. Never will you stop being the target of others' loathing. Oh my goodness. Jacopo was never really equipped with this. He just wanted to help his people. Or will you continue to act like some kind of paragon of virtue, never wavering in your faith in others? How long will your benevolence last? In the face of dozens of attempts on your life. Shut your goddamn mouth. It won't be easy, boy. Because you came from the slums, you'll face even more, even greater threats than I. Silence! I bet that just terrifies you. Drains all the hope from your heart. Well, there's an easy solution. Follow in my footsteps and reign with terror. Stop talking. I've heard enough of your goddamn noise. Ugh. You're already afflicted with a great curse, boy. A curse known as the Lord of the Land. This guy has everyone cursing him with something. It's a curse from which you will never be free. And hence, you will never be free from me. Ha 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 ha. Oh, not this again! But the other artwork of Jacopo, fantastic. However much you may come to regret taking that throne, you can't give it back now. It's not something you can simply hand off to someone else. Nor a duty from which you can simply relieve yourself. That anguish and agony and misery it brings you every day will follow you all the way to your grave. Just stop, damn it. Keep your babbling to yourself, you damn ghost. Go on, try and make me. And to think that he couldn't get more scarier. Like, look at this. He's even more frightening now. Don't you guys worry, I'm not gonna leave you. Cover my mouth, why don't you? You can't do it, can you? You're too weak to defeat even a mere spirit. Shut the hell up. I know precisely what your future holds, boy. You'll sit upon the throne alone. Not a single person at your side. And not even death shall free you from your eternal solitude. For it is naught but an empty shell with which you decorate the throne. Stop talking! Do you hear that, slum rat? Someone's come for you. The question is, do they act out of genuine concern? Oh my gosh. The paranoia is gonna get to him. Can you be sure the water they give you is safe to drink? Perhaps they mean to finish you off. If a simple grunt like him could get his hands on poison. But he wasn't just a simple grunt. He was his very, very good friend. So of course you wouldn't be, you know, up in arms. You know, you wouldn't be guarded. You wouldn't think that you'd be needing to think twice. How easy do you think it would be for the Lord's Consul to procure a substance hundreds of times more potent? Hell, he wouldn't even have to go through the trouble. You're no more a threat than an insect with its wings torn off. A feeble woman or a crippled slave could plunge a knife into your trembling spine with little effort. Behold, the former mastermind of the revolution. All this suffering, you brought it on yourself by trying to defy your fate. Oh! Somehow this is better than seeing Barnier not inverted. The nightmares continued. Again and again and again they haunted me. Nightmares. Every time I drifted off to sleep, there floated Barnier's severed head, cursing me, mocking me. Y'all, I hope we don't have nightmares. You know what? I'm gonna get some help for us. We have 2 Raphaels, and now we have Cross Raphael. Go away, you demon! Y'all, we will be fine. We will be fine. All of us that are watching will be fine. We have Raphael here. Let's get him back to where he was. Cursing me, mocking me, laughing at me from every direction. And as he said I would, I soon began to hear the people as well, endlessly condemning me, deriding me, berating me. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but Gratien's words told me otherwise. All my old companions called me Jacopo the betrayer, he had said. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. Was it day? Was it night? Was I sane enough to tell the difference? Was I even still alive? I had no idea. It was always the same refrain, every time he appeared. You can't trust anyone. Your friends will all eventually betray you, try to drag you off your throne. Your people have no faith in you. Everyone despises you. I couldn't even tell anymore. Were those Barnier's words? Or were they coming from the depths of my own mind? The depths of your own mind sounds about right. All I knew for certain was that there was no escaping them, and that they were slowly eating away at my spirit. My breathing was labored, and my entire body felt like it was on a spit being roasted in the eternal flames of hell. And at other times, I couldn't stop shivering. I felt like I had been tossed into a frozen river. Doctors, guards, Odilon. I couldn't tell who was who. But there always seemed to be someone standing at my side. The faceless shadows were anything but comforting though, for Barnier's ghost constantly reminded me of the threat they posed. Yeah, he got severely paranoid now. I quite certainly wailed like a terrified child. Can you just go away? Everyone seemed like a danger. If even Gratien couldn't be trusted, who was to say the doctors weren't sneaking poison into my medicine? Who was to say Odilon didn't plan to silently remove me? I didn't know who I could trust. Or maybe Barnier was right. I couldn't trust anyone. Still he cackled. Still he cursed, right by my ear. There isn't a soul left in this world who won't betray you. He whispered, laughing away. That is depressing. Y'all, we really needed this prequel. Because the part where we got a glimpse of Jacopo's past in Door 8, it's not even close to what this story is bringing out. Like, that one felt flat. Very flat compared to this. My fever seems to be receding. I can finally move again. Maybe his fever also made him hallucinate and stuff. It looks like I survived. Hey. Hey, is anyone there? Where are you, Odilon? Anyone? Lord Barnier, I'm so glad to see you're feeling well again. Thanks. We've all been worried sick. Lord Barnier? What? Oh, pardon. You just seem, not quite yourself. But after all that's happened, I suppose that shouldn't be a surprise. How long was I out? 3 days, sir. The poison kept you bedridden for 3 full days and nights. That long, huh? Then I've got a lot of work to catch up on. He said he looked very different. He must be having the same sunken eye, dark circle look like the previous Lord Barnier. Yes, sir, but I implore you to take things easy for these next few days. When do I ever have time for that? Now where's Odilon? I haven't seen him. Go fetch him for me. He isn't presently. Don't tell me he's not around. Where the hell did that old man get off to? No, he is here. Please, Lord Barnier, try to remain calm. Odilon was... Odilon! My lord, is that you? Is he about to die? Thank heavens you are well. Forget about me, what happened? My deepest apologies. I don't want an apology. I want you to tell me why this happened. Please, my lord, distress not over this simple old man. And now he's also gonna lose Odilon, who's always been by his side with these tough decisions. Well, at least Odilon won't see his downfall. Why, Odilon? The Odilon I know would never deign to put himself out in front of a gang of slum dwellers. Please, Lord Barnier, try to remain calm. Odilon was struck in the head with a stone and is in critical condition. The following day, that is, the day after Gratien poisoned me, a dozen people from the slums showed up at the miner's gates. They cried in angry protest against the Lord, demanding change. Oh, this must be... Oh, the betrayal. Jacopo has really, really tried. And in his position, like, they think that he can turn around everything in the snap of a finger. Like, that is not how it works. Like, they just do not understand how some stuff can just take a long, long time. Doing bad things, that doesn't take as much time. But trying to do good after so many bad decisions already, like neglecting everyone, you have to start from the bottom. Evidently, Gratien hadn't kept word of my deception to himself. So in addition to their other complaints, they shouted that I was a fake, that I wasn't actually nobility. They threatened to reveal my secret if I didn't do something about their living conditions. As the commotion dragged on through the day, people within the manor started getting restless. Eventually, it got to be so tense that Odilon stood near a window, told them they needed to cease immediately, and that if they wouldn't, they would be charged with lèse majesté. Well, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm so sorry. I do not know how to pronounce any French. Except for like bonjour. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Which is when he was hit in the head with a rock and lost consciousness. God, you damn fool. I am quite pleased to see you have recovered, enough to shout with such vigor. Now I needn't worry. Wait, slow down. Worry about what? He's on the verge of death. Regrettably, it would seem, old age has bested me. I think the stone must have gotten my eyes. For I cannot see you there, my lord. I'm right here. Please don't give up on me. You're stronger than a stupid rock. Give it a few days and you'll be back to perfect health. And even if your sight doesn't come back, you can still do your job. I can tell you everything I see. Jacopo, it's very clear that Jacopo has grown very attached to Odilon, having only had him by his side. Come on, Odilon. My sincerest apologies. And Jacopo is gonna blame himself for this as well, because this also happened because of the entire Gratien betrayal. And he's gonna be like, if I hadn't listened to Odilon and just sent him away. If I had listened, I mean. My sincerest apologies. Please. Why would you even go to try and talk them down yourself anyway? Whatever happened to acting only in your own benefit? What did you have to gain from not having them executed on the spot? They were rioting in front of the Lord's manor. You had no reason to bother warning them. There was no question they were committing a serious offense. Maybe he's gonna say that he knows that he has a soft spot for the people in the slum, so... Why didn't you just do what you would always do? And then I would argue with you about it, like I always do. What the hell got into you, Odilon? I suppose I must have softened up somewhat. And this is when Jacopo is like, never ever am I gonna soften up. Excuse me? You cared so much about your friends in the slums, my lord. Oh, I knew he was gonna say something like this. So this is gonna be another stab into Jacopo. I understand. I understand why he fell so deep. Like, you'd have to be a very, very resilient person to still want to act in the greater good and be more righteous and try to help the people that you took the position for. But then for them to turn on you like this, the betrayal of it all, as if he hasn't tried to do anything. That I took pity on them. Old age seems to weaken more than just the body. How truly inconvenient. Odilon. Nevertheless, I'm glad this old body held out until today. What are you? I would not have been able to pass on peacefully had I not seen you recovered from the poison, my lord. This is gonna be the final straw. Stop it, don't talk like that. I told you, you're stronger than one damn rock. I'm your lord, damn it. My word is the law. This with great regret that I must defy my lord's command. Enough, I mean it. You stop this right now. Oh ho ho, my warnings against being swayed by your emotions. Remain unheeded, I see. And who the hell's fault do you think that is, huh? You are the Lord. The sooner you learn to control that blaze, the smoother your future endeavors will proceed. Do not allow your days to be cut short as well, in a moment's weakness. I implore you to always remain strong. Strong and ever high of heart, so that none may drag you down. Ah, with death upon me, my hands are shaking dreadfully. I didn't think anything scared you. It terrifies me to know I will be leaving you alone. Oh. Why do I not have tissues right now? Before, I was able to teach you everything. I cannot bear knowing that I have forsaken you, at but the onset of a great and perilous journey. There is so much more I have yet to pass on to you that you will need in order to become a great ruler. So much. Then don't go, stay and teach me. Now I'm hearing the words when he said that Jacopo was like his second son. You said you wanted to fulfill your duties as consul. That you didn't want to die until you had accomplished something worthwhile. You can't tell me you're satisfied with this. Odilon. Odilon? Oh. Don't do this. You can't. Say something. Please say anything. Tell me it's all a cruel prank. Oh. Lord Barnier. Odilon is dead. Make arrangements for a funeral. Yes, Lord. And what happened with the riot? They fled soon after striking Odilon. I would wager they returned to the city. Thank you. Would you like something done about them, Lord? I would. Now Jacopo is thinking, an eye for an eye. They need to understand that their actions have consequences. They slandered their lord and murdered his consul. We can't just let them walk away from that now, can we? These are very, very tough decisions. Then we will have them all arrested and thrown into the dungeon. I said there would be consequences. If we just slap them on the wrist, they will come back and do it again. He is in such an unfortunate position. And what he is saying... Yes, they will come back. If they don't... he doesn't show them as an example. He doesn't set an example. They'll mock me, condescend me, ridicule me, keep making a mess of my home. Tell me, do you feel safe serving a lord whose people neither respect nor fear him? Would you have any admiration for a leader like that? Have them executed. Since Odilon isn't here to advise it, I, Lord Barnier, officially order every spark of opposition is to be snuffed out. And this is how Maria turns. You find every last one of the rats and relieve them of their heads. I wished that the two of them could just talk. That Jacopo and Maria could have just talked with one another. Because they had such a strong relationship. Like if Maria just went to him without the intent to kill him and just listened to all of his journey as well, I think she would have also understood. Like, he is not in a good position. Like, he can't do anything right. You've seen it, he has tried to do right, but it's not enough. It's not quick enough. And then the jealousy. And then the rumors that spread. They believed that he just left them there to rot and that he is watching from his high horse, just looking down at them. That's what they believed. You find every last one of the rats and relieve them of their heads, and then put them on display in the city square. This is not something Jacopo, the Jacopo we knew. This is now the Lord. Make sure they know damn well exactly what awaits anyone who opposes Lord Barnier. He assumed the role now. Yes, Lord. Odilon's blood was on my hands. My inexperience and naivety had gotten him killed. He had warned me again and again that my people had no love for me. But I ignored him, foolishly believing in friendship, letting Gratien into my house, and ultimately getting Odilon murdered. He just thinks all of this is his fault. Like his softened heart. That care, he's gonna think is the weakness. My trust didn't belong with Gratien, or my old slum companions. It belonged with Odilon. I should have realized so much sooner. Speaking of realize, I mean, Maria also realized that Jacopo would be all alone. So I'm also like thinking, Maria, why didn't you do more for your best friend? Why didn't you do more? Like, you could have just talked to him. But that's also the thing. It's always been miscommunication as well. Like with the third door, the miscommunication. The two of them not talking it out, as well with the white-haired girl. I should have realized so much sooner that he was the one and only person left I could trust. Men with whom I had spent years had likely participated in that riot. Men whose names I knew, whose faces I recognized, with whom I had spoken on countless occasions. I'm just imagining them, everyone, every single one of them just stabbing a dagger into his back. And his back is just full of daggers. But I felt not even a pang of regret in ordering their deaths. I didn't reminisce about the good old days. Those days were gone, irrelevant, meaningless. Y'all can't say that Jacopo didn't try. I felt no sympathy for the people they were leaving behind. Nor did I so much as bat an eye. He's completely desensitized. When I saw their bodies lined up before me, compassion bred weakness, made you vulnerable. He probably wishes that he was like Ceren right now. I had to excise every last bit of it. It was the last thing I needed, for I was the Lord, Jean-Francois Barnier. Hey, look at all those heads. Supposedly they were beheaded for trying to assassinate the Lord. That seems like a lot of folks for an assassination attempt. Who can say what happened up yonder? Have you been down to the square today? I have. My heavens, I almost passed out at the sight of it. Why would those stupid thugs try to go after the Lord anyway? There's been whispering around town. They say he was actually born in the slums, and isn't a noble at all. Wasn't that just his cover while he was in hiding from the phony Barnier? I certainly hope that's the case, but either way, it's probably best to keep quiet about the topic. I'll say, I doubt he'll do anything as bad as the phony, but it still brings back bad memories. And things were getting to be so pleasant too. See? Some of the people, many of the people, were seeing the positive effects that he had. But the jealousy poisoned everything. Jealousy again. And probably that it didn't go quickly enough. And that they thought that he didn't do things to make it better for them only. Oh my gosh. What is this? Some kind of sick joke? Fucking Gratien's right at the very front. And the other guys he used to hang out with at the pub. Ah. This is it. This is it for Maria. This is the turning point for Maria. Did you kill them all, Jacopo? You killed all your old friends. Well, of course she's not gonna be able to trust him either, because they haven't spoken for such a long time. So, to her, he might be, like, his personality might have been something completely else. And seeing this, I'm pretty sure she feels like Jacopo is all lost. Why? What the hell, Jacopo? You would never hurt anyone. Exactly. What happened to you? I think that if Maria would have gone to Jacopo, I think he would have stopped. You went through hell with these guys. How could you just fucking murder them? Have you really changed that much? But of course, the distrust is just growing. And now, the trust that she had shattered. You have, Jacopo. You've become a completely different man. No. You're long dead. And that's why she said that he was dead. You died in that goddamn revolution. That Jacopo I know no longer exists. All that's left is Lord Barnier. Oh! Oh. The ultimate insult. Everyone, they're all gone. You, Morgana, Ceren, Gratien, every last one. What the fuck, man? I appointed a new consul shortly after Odilon's death. But he was an ineffectual, short-sighted oaf. And to top it off, he had a tendency to simply nod and agree with anyone and everyone, rather than express any opinions of his own. Well, switch out the console. If anything, having him around made my job more difficult. But it wasn't as though there was anyone else competent enough to take the position, and relieving him so soon would come with its own crop of problems. So I ended up using him to shuffle papers and handle other menial work, while I took care of the actual decision-making. My first order of business was to establish clearly defined rules and punishments. Speaking ill of the Lord, spreading false rumors about his lineage, creating art of any form which could be interpreted as defamatory. These were all considered acts of lèse majesté. I don't know how you pronounce that. If anyone knows French. And, in the most severe cases, were potentially punishable by death. I started seeing results almost immediately. The people stopped claiming I was a fake, that I came from the slums. The Barnier name became a symbol of fear once again. My renovation efforts proceeded as originally planned. The city flourished as a commerce hub, attracting merchants and patrons and visitors from near and far. Some fields had to be removed as well to accommodate the expansion of the marketplace, but they were hardly producing anything worthwhile to begin with. If farmers wanted to keep farming, they were free to move elsewhere. I scaled down the size of the slums while scaling up security. Lacking leadership, what little remained of the peacekeeper group had turned into a gang of unruly thugs. So rather than keeping the peace, they largely made things worse. In response, I forbade the formation of unauthorized organizations within the slums. And with all that in place, the city was much safer and more orderly, and the economy significantly stronger than it had been under my predecessor's rule. However, those unfortunate enough to miss riding the wave of economic growth found themselves falling ever further behind their neighbors. The ravine between the poor and wealthy had become nigh uncrossable. My own manor was hardly a bastion of safety either. Not only was I rapidly enacting new policy, laws were stricter and punishments harsher than before. So many were, to put it lightly, more than a little displeased with me. I had gone through several food tasters, and just as many direct assassination attempts. It wasn't particularly difficult to avoid major incidents by simply suspecting everyone, but I could seldom relax as a result. I can just feel the exhaustion of this position. I would never want to be in this position that he's in right now. In time, I came to prefer solitude. Well, not so much prefer, as require it for my own safety. Odilon's death left me with more than just solitude, though. The phantom slipped free from my dreams, appearing from my shadow whenever I was alone, laughing endlessly. What did I tell you, boy? You're controlling them with fear, just as I did. It's a wonderful feeling, is it not? The look of terror on a man's face is most exquisite. Is the most exquisite thing in all the world. Silence, you. Stand by the window and listen. You can hear them, all the way from the bottom of the hill, bemoaning the great and terrible Lord Barnier. Be quiet. And you know who their cries are about. It's not me any longer. It's you, boy. Shut up, goddammit. Don't fool yourself. You're no better than me. Enough, I said silence, spirit. I am nothing like you. Is that so? Then tell me, boy, how do we differ? I don't hold those disgusting banquets for one. Nor do I torture slaves for my own sick pleasure. He's right about this. By your command, hundreds of slaves are being worked so hard, it will surely spell their deaths. Still, it's not comparable. This is not for amusement. How is that any different than murder or torture? Their deaths aren't meaningless. They're giving their lives for the good of this city. In your eyes, perhaps. But how many would take your side? You have no idea what you're talking about. If the people were truly satisfied with your rule, you wouldn't be holed up in this room all the time. You have no one you can open up to, no one to offer your companionship. What better proof of your tyrannical ways than your own isolation? Shut your damn mouth, you wretched man. How many times have you been betrayed? Have you found anyone you can trust after all your old friends proved you couldn't even count on them? Oh, for God's sake, quit babbling already. Solitude will be your constant companion for the rest of your days. And should you let your guard down, even for a moment, know that 100 men lie in wait, ready to plunge their blades into your back. Your attendants dream of the day they can sneak poison past your taster. Shut up. Ah, you poor, pathetic child. How much misery and stress have you brought upon yourself because you let your dreams run amok, clawing your way up into a world much, much too big for you. Be gone, damn you! Ah ha 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 ha. My lord, I heard a huge crash. Lord, how many times do I have to tell you to stay out of my chambers? Forgive me, but I was afraid you might be in... I can take care of myself, damn it. Don't make me say it again. Yes, sir. Ahaha. Wahahaha. To hell with you. We're nothing alike. I'm making their lives better, not worse. I'm not a tyrant. I started relying on alcohol to rid myself of the phantom. When I was drunk enough, I didn't have to see anything. I didn't dream. I didn't have nightmares. And most importantly, I didn't have to think. There were times I couldn't be sure whether I was in my right mind. There were times I was so panicked I wanted to scream my throat raw. But there was never a time I was safe showing that weakness. Oh my gosh, this is horrible! This is horrible! Oh my goodness. I knew from experience it would only put me at risk. Yeah, because even telling others about your weakness could turn it against you. Like, it could be used against you. So I don't even think he would feel safe to open up, like, ever from this point on. Like, even if Maria came to him, maybe he would not even feel safe with her. Maybe he would feel that she would also betray him. Like, if he told her about these thoughts, like the solitude, what he's feeling, just everything, his circumstances, his situation. He'd probably be thinking that it'll put a bigger target on his back, and people would try to assassinate him even more frequently if they would have known that he was doubting himself. He needs to come off as strong and ruthless for people to fear him instead, to not go after him. What a horrible position this is. He can't even get out of this. I couldn't complain to anyone. I couldn't ask anyone for help. I couldn't believe in anyone. Odilon's dying words came back to me again and again. Stay strong and ever high of heart. What did it even mean to be high of heart, though? Certainly I had nothing to be proud of. Not having spent my early years a filthy, impoverished slum rat. Not having spearheaded a violent revolution and stolen the throne. Not this farce of a tale about me secretly being a noble. I hadn't been raised to be a lord. I hadn't been taught to have a proud, noble spirit. That was likely what Odilon had wanted to impart upon me. The nature of a ruler. People automatically respect a man who is truly dignified and noble. They instinctively admire him, kneeling out of wholehearted honor. And that's what makes a true king. Not knowing the first thing about how to be kind of man, or how to be that kind of man. I fell back on the only alternative that came to mind, forcing them to kneel beneath my iron fist. 2 years under Odilon's tutelage was nowhere near long enough to instill in me the natural nobility I needed. Thus was I left to be tormented by this accursed phantom whenever alone and play the ruthless ruler elsewise. In my attempts to mask the fear lurking within, I grew louder and more ostentatiously contemptuous. Practically every other word out of my mouth was an insult. The old Jacopo was long gone, and Lord Barnier had crept in to take his place. It was gradual, enough that I hardly realized it was happening. But now all I saw in the mirror was the face of a cruel, wretched man. I even came to hate my old self. Think him foolish. What kind of a vapid, nebulous dream was, I want to go out into the world? What basis did I have for thinking myself any more significant than any other kid on the streets? He just keeps on blaming himself. And where the hell did I get the idea that having influence meant having freedom? I could barely even take care of myself. Where did I get off on thinking a little power would let me protect the people I cared about? And what about now? What fundamentally did I even want now? What did I have to protect? Nothing. I was too far gone. There was no light to be found no matter how far I marched this path. And only a bottomless abyss waited at my back. I had left myself with nowhere to return to. Before I knew it, nearly 4 years had passed since the revolution. By then, not a soul dare defy my will. It's a very complicated and very real, yes. And I think a lot of people can relate to this and try to put ourselves in this position. I do not believe a lot of people would have not chosen this side, this path. Not a lot of people, after everything he went through. And then what he's gonna turn into. He's gonna do some horrible things down the end of this. That we know. Unforgivable. But I think that if he would have continued on the same path, and if he wouldn't have been betrayed by Gratien, because that set it all off. Gratien, the riot, Odilon's death, that just set it all into motion. If they just would have waited, for the results, if there wouldn't be so many rumors about Jacopo, and you know, just seeing it as, oh, someone from the slums is the Lord now. Like, but instead of feeling like jealous of his position and thinking that he backstabbed them somehow. Like, it could have been so different. I mean, someone who would have really supported him would have just been like, yes, finally a guy from the slums is pulling the threads. But no. The floating Barnier head talking to him was a great way of showing a mental breakdown. Truly, truly, truly. Masterful. I love that. It was super spooky, but loved it. Let's continue. By then, not a soul dare defy my will. I was surrounded by people who supported my every decision. Few of them genuinely agreed with me on everything, obviously. But no one could deny how much growth I had brought about. And so long as I continued to produce results, I would continue to have their outward support. As a trading hub, the city flourished, but the citizens were less than thrilled about the work I was doing. The poorest especially seemed to hold a great deal of enmity for me. But I was reaching the point where I couldn't manage on the support of the upper crust alone. Simply dumping sacks of coin into the streets wouldn't end poverty, though. And increasing taxes on imported goods would undermine everything I had built up. Lacking an actual solution, all I could do was work to make them feel like they were better off than they actually were. Fortunately, it was much easier to pull the wool over the middle and lower classes' eyes than it was the better educated upper class. I started by building public recreational facilities, which citizens had priority access to. And then I turned my eyes toward religion. About a year earlier, as a part of the city's expansion, a bridge was built across the river that served as the city's effective border. A church had still not been established in that new district, so I wanted to build one and gather a following. Conveniently enough, my predecessor had been in the process of building a second manor on the other side of the river, and with a little bit of work, it could easily be repurposed into a church. Once people started making use of the church, it would be simple to win their favor by making myself known as a generous patron. Faith was the ultimate blinder for the uneducated, and history showed time and again that religion could be a powerful tool in the right hands. Put the high foreigner and merchant population in the city, meant that no one, particular religion had managed to take hold. The merchants especially tended to develop their own individual philosophies over the years, with few caring much for higher powers. That was a possible explanation for why the church had never had much sway in this region. There was, therefore, a chance the whole thing would just be a colossal waste of money. However, I had recently caught wind of a curious rumor. There was a nun serving a small church at the far edge of town who people had come to refer to as the Saintess. Marie, come here, Sister Marie. Oh, what is it? We picked some flowers for you. Take a look, they're so pretty. Oh, why thank you. They're beauty. Eek! Get her away from me! Ahahaha, she actually fell for it. Hey now, how many times do I have to tell you it's not nice to trick people? You're too much fun to tease, Sister Marie. That's hardly an excuse. It's still wrong. I'm your big sister here, so you need to treat me like... Ah, there's a bug on your dress! What? No way! Where is it? Get it off! Someone get it off of me! Just kidding, there's nothing there. Ha 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 ha! Ah, get back here, you little rascals! So her name's Marie. Not quite what I envisioned of the so-called Saintess. She seeks out orphans to take into her care and offers food for the hungry, shelter for the homeless, and rest for the weary. And where exactly do the funds for that come from? She covers it all herself, supposedly. I highly doubt she has that kind of money just sitting around. Look at the building. It's practically falling apart. Wait a second. I get it. She makes use of all the church's resources to fund her charity. This feels like something old Jacopo would do. That is correct, my lord. Is she really so foolish as to not realize that's unsustainable? The locals are quite fond of her, but the same cannot be said of the priests and the other nuns. She's basically in the same... She's kind of... I mean... They're parallels. Even though she's trying to do her best, he tried to do his best. They're both failing some people. She's failing the priests and the other nuns. Her work is causing them great financial stress. I'm not surprised. Shall I summon her? No, don't bother. I've seen more than enough. Yes, my lord. What? You have something to say? No, my lord. I simply find it curious you would take the time to come all the way out here when you have far more important work to attend to. Not that I would ever imply your judgment is anything other than impeccable, my lord. I mean, Morgana did tell him that she was raised in a church. So, it's like he was trying to see that maybe Morgana is the saintess. I just thought this saintess might be someone I knew. There we have it. Pardon? But I was mistaken. They don't call her the saintess because she does God's work. They just call her that because she's a damned goody two-shoes. So much for words having actual meaning. Christ. I see. Lord Barnier. It's nothing. I'm heading back now. Yes, sir. Ah, Marie! The giant man's here. Yukimasa is here! Y'all, embrace yourselves! Come on, now, be polite. A smiling Yukimasa? Y'all, I need to big picture this. I cannot fathom seeing this! My brain is not braining! What am I seeing? Like, is this real? Why he smile? This is weird, right? But I mean, Pauline has a very contagious smile. And her being his tether. It was tether, right? Tether. Like weather, but with a T. I think that's what you said, Daryl. Good day, Marie. The kids seem to be doing quite well. Oh, you have no idea. So well, in fact, that this little hooligan found himself a whole handful of bugs. And goodness, he about scared me out of my skin. I'm also afraid of bugs, so I understand you. Haha. Haha? Haha! We get a smiling tee-hee ha-ha Yukimasa. What? I'm baffled. Haha, a little mischief is a good thing. Their smiles wouldn't be half as bright at any other orphanage. I'm not so sure about that. In any case, here's what I earned this week. No, I keep telling you that's not necessary. But you do accept tithes, no? Yes, but still. I know it's hardly enough to cover what you need, but please. No, that's not what I mean. It's your money. You should use it for yourself. I have nothing to use it on. You'll put it to much better use than I ever could. All right, thank you. But try not to work yourself too hard, okay? I promise. Goodness, you really do make a lot in a week. I didn't realize carpentry paid so well. Yeah, carpentry! Indeed. I'm fortunate enough to have found good work. He's like... And a ball of sweat just dripped. Yeah! Someone needs to Photoshop that. Yukimasa with this look. With a teardrop sweat. Anime style. Maybe I leave the church and take up carpentry myself. Now I'm imagining Pauline coming in like guns blazing. Poo 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 pew 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 pew. I'm imagining her as Rosette from Chrono Crusade. It's a pretty like random anime, very random. Like a nun with guns. It's actually quite good. Just kidding. You kid, but you would do quite well for yourself. You're strong enough to carry me, at least. That took every last bit of strength I had. I'm not used to this tee-hee ha-ha! Tee-hee ha-ha, Yukimasa! Not knowing, you know, being in Pauline's shoes, I don't blame her. I don't blame her at all why she fell for him. I don't blame her. Because she knew nothing of his past or what he's up to. I understand you, girl. Because he seems like a nice man towards you. Who is that man? Even with all the foreigners we got here, I've never seen anyone who looks like that. He is a frequent visitor to this church, though he does not appear to come for the charity. An Oriental, perhaps? Oriental? My former consul told me of them once. Vagrants from the Far East who supposedly look much like that man. How curious. He may be able to fool the nun, but I know damn well no carpenter in the world makes that much in a week. There is something fishy about him. Oh, he's gonna be like, well, if you don't work as my bodyguard, I'm gonna tell her what you're really up to. Look into that man. Tell me anything you find out about him. Yes, Lord Barnier. Now I'm heading back. In addition to the renovations for the church and gathering intel on the Far Eastern Man, I made sure to keep an eye out for any unusual rumors or happenings outside the city's borders. Of all the reports I received, the one that caught my attention was word of a witch who lived by a lake. Now it starts! This lakeside witch supposedly had miraculous powers, allowing her to cure any ailment, and the effect was transmitted through her blood. This wasn't the first time I had heard of the witch. Through her blood, Jacopo! Do you not remember the blood banquets? An elderly woman who prepared and sold medicinal herbs, but I hadn't realized she also traded in miracles. It sounded like a bunch of snake oil to me, but she had allegedly cured a deathly ill young girl and started to make quite a name for herself. But on top of that, they also said the sound of the witch's first cry had ended a years-long drought in the village where she was born. This doesn't bode well. Yeah, we have to remember that he does not know anything about her past. The real past. Why not, my lord? Try using your damn head once in a while, would you? Two competing denominations forming so close together. You don't see how that could lead to all sorts of headaches? The objective is to unify the people under a single banner, to which I then pledge my support and earn their favor. But that all becomes moot if their faith turns toward this witch. The people do love their heroes and miracles, after all. It is quite an attractive proposition, I must say. I'm mocking them, you buffoon. I beg your pardon. The chances of it growing into something actually worth worrying about are slim. But better to snuff the flame out before it spreads, than sit back and hope it burns itself out. Shall I deliver an order for her to cease operation then? That would be best. Actually, no. I'll deal with this personally. You just keep your mouth shut and do exactly as you're ordered. Nothing more, nothing less. Understood? Yes, Lord. To start, summon the man from the church. A few days later, I was standing face to face with the man in my audience room. He seemed much less personable in person than when I had seen him with the nun. Stone-faced, cold, and faintly smelled of blood. Not that I could actually smell blood, but there was an animalistic air emanating from him. That much I had expected, though I knew before summoning him that he was anything but a respectable man. I take it you're the Oriental man who's been seen buzzing around a local church of late? That would be me, yes. What of it? Who do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show some damn respect. Apologies, I'm not very familiar with the local customs or language. Very well then. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now, for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that cart of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that. Ha! I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have confirmation. Now we have the other POV! Because we have already witnessed this. Since then, one slave of Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take it that would be you. That's right. You made one hell of a mess out there. Am I here to be punished? That depends on how our talk goes. If you think I'm going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work being an ex-slave, so I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky bastard. Correct. Isn't it comical then, that you would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog? I absolutely agree. I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you've got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're going to help me out with a little something I'm working on. Help you with what exactly? Something that's going to make me a lot of money. And if you lend a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of, along with the church you're so fond of, and the nun you've taken a liking to. That nun of yours has made quite the name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have started calling her the Saintess. They're right about that. She is. Ha, the commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Y'all, I'm not worried. I'm worried. I am worried. But I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared for Jacopo's POV when he sees who the witch is. But saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes. If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church. One where she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which should surely please her. What would you have me do? Jumping at the first whiff of scraps, you really are a dog, aren't you? I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome. Fair enough. Then let's get to business. Not far from here lives a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now. So how does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We'll be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which she will then distribute to patrons of the church. In exchange for tithes, of course. Selling it, then. Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, by all means. The commoner's beloved saintess handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up. And in turn, you'll make a fortune. Exactly. Money I can use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the city's economy as well. A single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for everyone here to come out happy. Oh, Jacopo, when you know who this is. But it's not like he stopped anyway. Sure, he said that he would. Set her free. But still, it was way too late. Hi, Sam. So, what'll it be? Will you help, or will I have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to. Decisive and a good listener. Excellent. Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her? I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be kept locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood. Okay. When do you want me to get her? You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you'd hesitate at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. Do you even have a conscience? Don't act like you're any different. I assure you, I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city. No, I mean, you're as much a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. The man's right. You're nothing but a murderer. How deep has the blood seeped into your hands? How many have you killed claiming their lives necessary sacrifices? And how many more will die for your ambition? Silence, spirit. That poor, poor witch. Blessed with the power to perform miracles, only to win her attention of the villainous lord. It must be done. I don't have to explain myself to you. It's not like the old hag has long to live anyway. What the hell is villainous about having her spend her final days for the greater good of the city? So many lives will be improved at the cost of only one. You keep telling yourself that, boy. But what you're doing is no different than my banquets. You're cut from the same cloth as the man standing before you. And the same cloth as me. Be gone, phantom. Ah-ha ha 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 ha. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever condescend to your level. Damn it. That's the first time he's shown up with someone else around. At least you behaved yourself today. Was that a dog? I'm pretty sure you're smarter than most people I deal with. And you won't betray me either. Who knows how much longer he'll live though. Stay. Don't touch it until I say so. Oh, quit pouting at me like that. You're the Lord's dog. Stand tall and proud. Alright, here you are. Drink up. Looks like it's safe. I swear, so much work just to get myself a damn drink of water. So he has to use a dog to test for poison too? When I heard about the Saintess, I thought it might be you, but it was someone else. I never did get around to resuming the search after Odilon passed. There's no one around I can trust with such a sensitive task. Though it's probably for the best if I never do find you. We can't go back to the way we were before. Not that there's much chance you're even still alive. If by some strange chance you are still alive, what would you think of the man I've become? Several days later than originally planned, the Far Eastern man finally arrived at the mansion. I had arranged to meet with him on the uppermost level of the observation tower on the church grounds. We know these stairs all too well. About time. The man appeared before me, a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. Oh my gosh, no! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It has come! The moment has come, everyone! Oh. I had ordered he use the sack, afraid he might be foolish enough to actually drag the old woman all the way here. There's your witch. He threw the bag to the ground, causing the woman inside to let out a muffled grunt. It didn't sound like an elderly woman's voice, though. This stench. Tell me you didn't harm her, dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made. Limbs were lost. Yukimasa, you just saying that so casually? Damn it. I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. He's even farther gone than I imagined. I should have been clearer in my instructions. Y'all, I would have loved to see an interaction between Yukimasa and Ceren. Though I suppose it doesn't matter much. She's not going to live long either way. That you were able to immediately recognize it as the smell of blood says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping. She is alive, yes? Of course. Fighting back a sigh, I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. I felt slightly sorry for the woman, but the feeling didn't last long. I had seen too many bloodied, mangled bodies, both dead and alive, to be faced by one more. He crouched down to untie the bag. Why is my heart beating so fast? I know what's gonna happen, but I don't know from Jacopo's POV. Oh my gosh. And a young girl came tumbling free. It can't be. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who the girl was. It had been 4 years, but no length of time could wipe from my memory those patches on her face, or those breathtaking golden eyes. But why? How? What was she doing inside the bag? Why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that? Morgana. She was pale as death, shaking visibly. Confusion seized me, a cloud of swirling darkness forming before my eyes. The first thought that came to mind was that he had gotten the wrong person. I had only ordered her capture because I thought the witch by the lake an old woman. If I had known she was a young girl, let alone her, I would have never given the command. But those thoughts led nowhere. I was simply trying to avoid facing reality, trying to place the blame on anyone but myself. I couldn't take back what had already been done. Before, he just put the blame on himself. Now, he's like, I can't be blamed for this. I didn't know. I couldn't change it. There she was, the girl who had once won my affection, lying in a ball on the cold stone with an arm missing. It didn't matter how we had gotten here, or what I had felt about her. There was no fixing what I had done. She looked up at me, at the source of the muttering above her. Her eyes were opened almost frighteningly wide, and they wandered aimlessly, unfocused to the point I wasn't sure she was seeing anything at all. I felt a tinge of madness in her. Is that you? The words spilled from her lips, so soft they barely reached my ears. Hardly a trace of the beautiful singing voice from my memory remained. It was hoarse and raspy, every sound seemingly laced with an unfathomable, deep, pitch-black hatred for all existence. You remember me? Would she even be able to recognize me anymore? She thinks you're Barnier. How could I ever forget? Morgana. She remembered me. The days we spent together. Oh, don't get ahead of yourself! We know what kind of person I had been. The boy who had refused to give up putting ointment on her face. All our friends. Those horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Her taking shots at me taking shots at her. Did she really remember all the time we had shared? How could I ever forget? All the pain and humiliation you put me through. What? How could I ever forget the blood sabbats you so loved to hold? What was she talking about? Haven't had enough, have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you. You haven't had your fill of my blood. I couldn't even begin to process the words I was hearing. They were little more than angry, meaningless shouts crashing into me. What the hell was she saying? Did she think I was someone else? Did she think I was him? That I was Barnier? No, Morgana. That wasn't me. I wasn't the man who had caused you so much agony. Look at the girl. You would claim you haven't caused her pain? You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you even for a moment. Maybe at this point, Jacopo is like, wait, have I merged with Barnier? Is this why she doesn't see Jacopo in me? I haven't forgotten you even for a moment. No, I was the man who rescued you from him, I wanted to shout. But I couldn't gather the strength to force up a single word. Only gasps of air came from my lips. It was like I had been robbed of my voice. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you'll never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I give you a lifetime of hatred. No, Morgana. When I finally managed to produce a sound, it was barely more audible than a whisper. In a frenzy, I made you reach out for her. When I noticed the pair of narrow eyes glaring at me, I was not aware you knew the witch, Lord. Huh? Know her? I don't just know her. She's Morgana. She's the girl This man. The Lord. He destroyed me, mind and body. No. She's not wrong. That was another man. You have become that man to her. I am not Barnier. Do you hear yourself, boy? You're the rightful heir to the Barnier name, are you not? That's what you said when you stole the throne from me. This man ruined my life. How will you respond, boy? Will you say it wasn't you? Can you say it wasn't you? How will you convince her? I mean, in this position, like either way, she'd feel much more betrayed knowing that it is Jacopo. She's clearly not in her right mind. Would she even understand if you revealed the truth? Can you do that, knowing it won't make it through to her? Will you tell her you're nothing more than a slum rat? A usurper? Usurper? I don't know how you pronounce that. That you deceived your way into power. That everything you built up over these years was all a lie. That you killed your former friends for nothing. That Odilon died for nothing. That you endured betrayal after betrayal for nothing. Do you have the spine to say it, boy? All the sacrifices you made, all the pain you suffered to make it here, could all come crumbling down the moment you do. What will it be, false lord? Is the girl worth it? Is sharing the truth with this half-dead girl on the brink of madness worth losing everything you worked so hard to accomplish? And he's just gonna be like, no, turn his heel and walk out. Make your choice. What's the matter, Lord? Yes, I know her. Or I knew her years ago. I see. What do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick. What do I want to do? Obviously. Why on earth? This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. Did I make this choice? Congratulations, boy. This concludes your inheritance of the name Lord Barnier. Oh my gosh! 4 years earlier. Oh. Jacopo, Jacopo, Jacopo. Oh. Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful! This song. It wasn't until I lost everything that I truly understood just how blessed I had been. How much my time with them had allayed my wounded spirit, and how hard they had worked to mold me into an ordinary girl. But that was all gone now. I may not have said as much, but I liked it there. I was quite fond of the tranquility. I didn't want to lose it. I wanted to be happy as much as anyone else. I had long lost track of how far I had walked. My legs were stiff and my knees didn't want to bend anymore. It took all my effort to remain upright, and I was certain I would never get back up if I did fall down. I still couldn't wrap my mind around what had happened. It was all so sudden, all so horribly senseless. It was so mind-bogglingly horrendous. Part of me refused to believe it was anything more than a bad dream. And that was what kept me walking. Because if I did accept it as reality, I would lose what remained of my will to live. It was supposed to be a party. The girls got together to celebrate my birthday, making food and treats that, while hardly extravagant, were still a significant improvement over what we usually had. Everyone was laughing. Part of me was irritated by the whole affair, as I had never been comfortable in such lively environments. They were celebrating me, my birthday. I should have been overjoyed. Maybe this was my punishment for being so unappreciative. As soon as I stepped out, bandits raided the brothel. Had I stayed there but a few minutes longer, things likely would have turned out quite differently. Whether for better or worse, I couldn't begin to guess, but at the very least, I probably wouldn't be here alone. I could have gone with them to the next life. During the raid, a man grabbed me, and I lost consciousness almost immediately after. When I awoke, I was in a foul-smelling carriage. People were packed into carriage like livestock. There were dozens of them, every inch of usable space filled with a body. Looking out across the cramped space, I knew, instinctively, I was on my way to becoming a slave. Once I had been sold off as a saint, a highly valuable commodity. But this time around, I was cheap, expendable labor. I was filled with an overwhelming emptiness as the realization struck. Something resembling sorrow wavered about in the void as well. But it wasn't the sadness for my own predicament. It broke my heart knowing I would never see them again. That everyone I had to thank for all those warm, peaceful days had either been killed off or sold off. In time, the sadness swelled to form tears in my eyes. My whole life I had managed to endure without crying. And the first time I did, I shed tears for someone else. The man sitting next to me asked, "Why are you crying?" To which I answered, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." But if that had been the end of our conversation, I wouldn't be here, hobbling down this endless road alone. I wouldn't be covered in so much blood. Some time after I had responded, the man suddenly stood up and murdered the guards and slave traders. At first, the other slaves thought they were saved, and for a moment, I believed so too. He was a very curious-looking man. His eyes smaller and narrower than ours, his nose a different shape. I had never seen anyone who looked like him before. All I knew was that he wasn't from around here. The man, wielding a sword stolen from a guard, searched through the slave trader's clothes for the keys to our shackles, which he gave to me and made me free his hands. Before proceeding to kill the slaves, I stood aghast as the massacre unfolded before me. Blood pooled at my feet. Severed limbs were strewn about the carriage. Bodies piled up haphazardly, many having only had enough time for their eyes to go wide in shock before being cut down. Men, women, children, everyone equals at the end of his blade. The strange-looking man laughed as he slaughtered the slaves. He laughed and he laughed like he was having the time of his life. And when he was done, he stepped out of the carriage and wandered off, leaving me alone, the sole survivor. I had witnessed so much death in so short a time. Cruel, meaningless violence. Its victims powerless to resist. And here I stood, among the bodies I left alive. For some inexplicable reason, left alive. The screams, the despair, the pleas, the death, the laughter, all reverberating inside my head. O Father, who art in heaven, please give me your mercy. I cannot take it anymore. I pray, free me from this pain. My spirit was about at its breaking point. I was certain that I too would sink into the bottomless abyss. If I kept all these emotions inside me much longer, I walked and walked and walked and walked. No food, no water, my exhaustion at its peak, my mind in a complete haze. When, off in the distance, I caught a sight of a lake. So thirsty. Water. I began hobbling in the general direction of the lake, not caring that it took me off the main road. Bandits could have assailed me. Wild animals made me their prey. None of that mattered to me anymore. At least then I wouldn't have to walk anymore. But for better or worse, I made it to the lake unmolested. The water was clear as crystal and seemed to sparkle like one as well. As soon as it was within reach, I dropped to my knees and drank my thirst seemingly insatiable. The blood covering me had dried several days earlier, but its bitter stench lingered. So after a brief glance about my surroundings, I washed myself. The chill of the midwinter lake water and occasional gust of wind pierced me to my very bones. No one in their right mind will bathe in this weather. But common sense and the chattering of my teeth didn't stop me. I wanted only to be clean again, and the frigid water felt like it would strip everything away, leaving my body and spirit new and unsullied. Once I was satisfied, I came to the belated realization that a small cottage sat on the lakeside. There's smoke coming from the chimney. Maybe there's someone inside. It could be someone bad though. Maybe it would be safer to stay away. But who knows when I might find someone else. Excuse me, is anyone there? Hello? The door's unlocked. It was so warm inside. The heat from the fire seeped into my chilled flesh, spreading slowly. I almost burst into tears again. Sitting before the fireplace was an old woman. A cauldron hung above the flames, bubbling with a curious colored liquid. Ma'am? The woman merely sat there, her head drooped. Slowly I approached her, half certain of what I would find, and placed my hand on her shoulder. She was dead, and I hardly so much as batted an eye at the sight of yet another corpse. In fact, she looked like she had passed quite peacefully by comparison. How blessed she was. There was no sign bandits had been rooting through the cottage. Presumably she had fallen asleep and passed away naturally, while in the middle of concocting something. Looking around the room, I found myself surrounded by countless items I couldn't begin to identify. Plants of all colors hanging from the ceiling to dry. Berries, crushed and stored in small glass bottles. Were I to guess, the old woman made her living off herbal medicines. Having gotten a good look around the room, I thought that perhaps I had been guided here. And if my father had led me to this place, he would not frown upon me for doing what was necessary to make use of it. So I dragged the old woman's corpse from the cottage and pushed it into the lake. If I didn't take up residence in the cottage, someone else eventually would. Or it would just be left to deteriorate. And I would rather take the opportunity bestowed upon me to have a place to rest my weary soul. As the woman's body sank into the clear lake, a realization struck me. I hadn't crossed myself. A few days after I moved into the cottage, a man came to the door. Apparently, he had been a customer of the woman's, a witch by trade, and he was looking for more medicine. When I spoke to him through the door, he gave a short gasp and said, "Who are you? Where's the witch?" I am her granddaughter. She is not presently home." Huh? Never knew the old lady had kids. So when she's gonna be back? Not for some time. Well, damn. You know much about herbs, girl? Well, as long as I can get my medicine, I don't really care who supplies it. You, her, doesn't matter. I'll still pay. One moment, please. My knowledge of herbology was essentially non-existent. But if there was possibility I could make a living off it, there was no reason for me not to try. I asked the man to give me as much information about the herbs he had been receiving. Color, texture, smell, anything. And rummaged about until I found something that fit the description. The entire exchange occurred through the barely cracked door. The man paid me as promised, but I quickly realized that money wasn't of much use to me, as I had no intention of returning to the city. So I told him that in the future I would trade for supplies, which he happily agreed to. A few days later, another man called upon the cottage. But unlike the first man, he sounded crude and uncivilized. I didn't want to cut off a potential source of supplies though, so I handed him the medicine he requested. But when I did, he let out a low snicker and said, "What do you say I look after ya, girlie?" He then shoved his hand in through the crack in the door and grabbed my wrist. "You ain't fooling me. The hag's dead and it's just you, ain't it?" So scary! Little girl like you needs someone to look after her. Make sure no bad man threaten ya. You're the bad one! Get your filthy hands off of her. Every word that came from his mouth oozed with sleaze. We could even, you know, see it just from the text. I knew what would happen if he got the door open. Let go. Whoa. I yanked my arm back with all my strength, slammed the door shut, and set the bar. But even that wasn't enough to quell my uneasiness, so I put a chair against it as well. The man pounded on the door, each slam of his fist causing the whole room to vibrate. Overreact much, huh, girlie? You know what? There's no overreactions to this kind of man. Shoot him on the spot! Come on, open up. I still ain't paid you yet. Get your ass away from here. Brought something real nice too. Open up, I want you to have it. I don't need your payment. I am never doing business with you again, so please get off my property. Want to say that again? You got a lot of nerve, eh? I'm not gonna say that. You suck. Go die. Go drown in that ocean. Open the damn door. You don't want to know what'll happen if you don't. Oh, we know what will happen if you do come in. Oh, the moments I just want to like teleport into the game and just strangle characters. There are so many despicable people in this story. You got more for sale than just bags of leaves, don't ya? Open the fucking door. Just stay quiet, Morgana. The best way to handle people like him is to just not respond. Tch. Good for nothing, you. One day you'll learn your lesson. This world eat a little girlie like you right up. Oh, you shut your... After giving the door one final parting kick, the man stormed off, loudly grumbling about how stupid and ungrateful I was all the while. I hope you choke on a and die. I didn't deserve a word of his cursing. Some people just cannot take a no. But at the same time, I couldn't bring myself to be upset about it. He was right. The world would not be kind to a young girl living on her own. Not so long as men like him roamed free. So, with other words, arm yourself, girl. I paced before the fireplace, my mind racing. I can't be sure I'm safe anywhere. Not even here. Imagine being alone here, like... Imagine being alone. And she's so young too. Not while the Lord lives to keep throwing his blood sabbats. Everyone who might have protected me is gone. I have to make it on my own now. I'll have to be very careful about opening the door. I could be attacked again, or worse. I mean, most men would probably run as soon as they saw my face. But most doesn't mean all. There are some out there who will go after anyone. I can't let my guard down while I'm doing business. Not even for a second. Man or woman. Everyone is a potential threat. I'll make it on my own. I don't need anyone else. Me and only me. Being out here has really shown me just how sheltered I was at the brothel. How kind everyone was. How peaceful my life was. I just want to go back. No, stop it, Morgana. You're stronger than that. I put enough wood on the fire for it to last the whole night, then curled up into a ball and slept beside it. For the first time in my life, solitude frightened me. Morgana. Hmm? What? Were you planning to sleep all day? Come on. You're not Ceren. Huh? She's dreaming. About time. Good morning. What little of it remains anyway. What's with that look? Still waking up? What are you doing here? Excuse me? Why would I not be here? That doesn't answer my question. How did you even... A little bird told me where to find you. So you survived. Do I look dead to you? No, but still I thought you were killed during the raid. I may not be as good with a sword as someone, but you know I'm no pushover. I wasn't going to let a bunch of bandits get the best of me. What? Were you worried? Seriously? And here I thought all you knew how to do was damn me to the fires of hell. Was I worried? Of course I was, you oblivious dolt. I never actually meant it when I said you should be cast into hell. Of course I want to see you alive. Of course it would hurt me to lose you. I'm sorry. That was careless of me. I was afraid I would never see you again. I thought I had lost everything, everyone. I was scared to death. Whoa, 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 no need to cry. You're tougher than that. I'm not crying. If you say so. And what do you mean, I'm tougher than that? What do you think I am made? I am made of stone? First you tried to pretend I'm a normal girl, and now you act like I'm some kind of heartless creature. Make up your mind already. I'm sorry, really. You're a perfectly ordinary girl, Morgana. Can you say that looking at my face? I'm looking at it right now. Even though I'm a mean-spirited, bitter little girl. Even though you're a mean-spirited, bitter little girl. Though it's nice you acknowledge it. Oh, burn in hell. Haha. Say, I want to ask you something. And I want you to not call me weak for it this time. Let's hear it. Will you stay with me? I don't want to be alone anymore. It terrifies me. Yeah, absolutely. I'll stay right here forever. You know you won't be able to accomplish your dreams out here, right? And you're fine with that. You bet. You told me to stay, and stay I will. We live right on a lake, and there's some mountains nearby. All things considered, it's not a bad location. We can plant some crops, go fishing in the lake, sprawl out on the grass under the starry sky. Sounds like a pretty good life to me. And maybe sometimes you could sing a little song, and I'll sit there listening quietly. Or if you want some accompaniment, I can procure some instruments. That sound as nice as you as it does to me? No, that sound as nice to you as it does to me? Nothing. Seriously? What else could you want? How about... No, no, no. That's more than enough. Hehe. Yes. If I could have a life like that, it will have made every misfortune in my life worth suffering. Oh, this poor girl. He's not here. It was a dream. What else could it have been? He's dead, just like everyone else. They all died in the raid. And even if he was alive, he wouldn't come looking for me. What a childish dream. She just doesn't want to be alone anymore. Fight it, Morgana. You cannot cry over a simple dream. You are the daughter of God. Your tears are only to be shed for others, not yourself. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad for her. Ugh. I pounded my fist against the floor again and again and again, sobbing like a petulant child. I had never cried like this before. Not as I witnessed men, women and children being slaughtered. Not when I was taken from my home. Not when I was chained up and tortured by the Lord. It wasn't until I realized just how much I needed that warmth, and that I would never have it again, that my spirit hit rock bottom. Finding and then losing happiness hurt worse than anything else. I wish I had never known happiness. I wish no one had ever shown me kindness. Not if it means I have to go through this. I wish I had never known what it was like to be normal. I could have just stayed the daughter of God my whole life. Then I wouldn't be feeling like this. I never knew crying like that was so exhausting, and I never want to experience it again. I want to go back to who I used to be, a saint. If I didn't know happiness, I wouldn't have to feel like this. I just have to forget it all. That part of my life. It never happened. No peace, no rest, only trials from my father. That is all I have ever known. It's not hard. Just don't think about those years. Then you won't have to cry like this ever again. It's for the best. It's my only choice. See, I was always right. I never was, and never will be normal. The only ones who will offer me salvation are God or one of his angels. One of his angels? Michael! My mind just straight went there. And so I did precisely that. I led a solitary life. I did all my business hidden behind the cottage door. And I sent away anyone who wasn't here for medicine. Once, a mounted man in armor rode up to the cottage. He looked like a knight. Don't open the door! It could be Didier! But I had no interest in getting involved with anyone who went around carrying weapons. Good! Good! I was responsible for my own safety, so I had to be careful about who I opened my door to. I had to be extra careful about who I dealt with, but I didn't feel sad or lonely about it. By making that my normal, there was nothing to lament, which meant old memories served no purpose but to cause me pain. So I endeavored to push them far, far away into the depths of my mind. I couldn't simply discard my memories of what the Lord had done to me, of course, or of all the wonderful people I had met at the brothel. But as time trekked on, they faded into almost nothing. I couldn't describe what any one person's voice sounded like, how they acted around me, what kind of person they were. The things we did together, what they looked like, what their names was, anything of importance. I knew good and well it was callous to forget about all the people who had shown me so much kindness and warmth. But I would never see them again, and thinking about them only brought me pain, so there was no point in remembering. It was all I could do to make it by. Nearly 4 years had passed since I had assumed the role of the lakeside witch. My 16th birthday was approaching, but my age was perhaps the only thing I had in common with an ordinary teenage girl. Although, if I had grown up like any other girl, having spent my childhood as a saint before being held captive by the Lord and made to witness countless people's deaths, that would probably mean there was something deeply wrong with me. By that point, a terrible cynicism had taken root in my heart. I built high walls around myself, keeping my contact with the outside world as terse and pragmatic as possible. With each passing day, my voice grew more monotonous. My interactions following a well-rehearsed script. My customers didn't make any attempt to force their way into my shell either. I'd begun to suspect they might think me not a witch by trade, but that I had actually formed a pact with the devil and worked his dark magic. No one said as much, but I could sense what seemed to be fear in their voices when they came to me. On the other hand, I never had anyone else try to force themselves into the cottage like the man 4 years earlier, so I would say I had a rather peaceful life. If you considered a life in which no one wanted anything to do with you peaceful, that is. I had also come to learn a fair bit about herbology. I could now make my own medicines rather than just making do with what was already here when I moved in. Although a fair bit still amounted to almost nothing when compared to what my predecessor was capable of. Nonetheless, I had a relatively solid grasp on what herbs to use to treat different symptoms. Enough to formally assume the name of the lakeside witch, at least. And so, time flowed on, uneventful and quiet, until Mel came about. Until one day, when a young man showed up at my door. Yes, Mel! Excuse me, is anyone home? I knew right away that he was a new customer. No one had traded with me before bothered with such pleasantries anymore. They wanted the process to be quick and frictionless. And I preferred it that way as well. Who's there? When I responded from behind the door, he seemed to be taken aback. After several moments with no answer, I tensed up slightly and repeated the question. Ah, my sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine. He has a very pretty voice. Morgana, is that a smile I see? Is that a smile I see? Listen, I can't believe Morgana falling for Mel, not for Jacopo. Jacopo is just like brotherly to her. Like a dear friend. Even if Jacopo had different feelings. I was told that the person who lives here is a skilled herbalist. Could I please get something to treat her? What are her symptoms? She's got an extremely high fever that won't come down. She has no appetite, she's only drinking water, and she can't get out of bed. Everyone always seems to be looking for medicine for themselves. I haven't had a customer like him in some time now. We're going to want to lower her fever first. After that, get her on a nutritious diet. I'm going to give you 2 medications. Give her the first while her fever is high, and the second after it's come down. Thank you very much. When was the last time someone thanked me? Here's your medicine. It's powdered, so mix it with some water and have your sister drink it. Are you not going to open the door any wider? Is that necessary? No, sorry. Just a second. Let me get you your money. I take supplies for my services, not money. Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. This is all I have on me today. Would you maybe be willing to accept this as payment today? Very well. Is that a gold coin? Those herbs aren't worth nearly this much. Just who is this man? He's just a boy. And what on earth is he doing here, at a witch's cottage? In any other situation, I wouldn't have even been tempted to look. What if he saw me? He would think me disgusting. ridicule me like everyone else. It didn't hurt knowing what people thought of me, but it was hardly pleasant hearing it vocalized either. And what if he decided to do something in that moment I dropped my guard? He could force the door open, have his way with me. He doesn't seem like that kind of man, though. Trust was about the farthest thing from my mind when interacting with people these days. I always remained on high alert, keeping a safe distance from everyone, no matter how good they appeared on the surface. But for some reason, I felt strangely comfortable in this young man's presence. At the time, I couldn't have explained why, but in retrospect, I imagine it was largely a result of his upbringing. He spoke in a clear, well-enunciated voice. He had a polite, friendly air about him, which I could feel even through the door. It wasn't the sort of well-mannered you could fake with a bit of practice, nor the sort you could, nor the sort you encountered out in the middle of nowhere. Curiosity took hold of me. I had to know what he looked like. She's like, "Is this my prince? Is this my prince?" She has never been this curious about anyone. I wasn't going to throw the door open, of course, and I had no intention of inviting him in either. I just wanted to get a little peek at him through the crack in the door. So I opened it ever so slightly wider than usual when I reached out to take his payment. Oh no, he saw me. Wow, I didn't think you would be so young. I'd guess you were a little older. Well, thank you for doing business with me. And I'm sorry for not coming properly prepared. If I need any more, I'll be sure to bring supplies next time. All right. Again, I really appreciate it. Have a nice day. You too. He saw my face, and he wasn't disgusted. He actually smiled. I was so caught off guard, I thought for a second that maybe my face had healed. So I ran over to the water basin, and a glimmer of hope in my heart gazed in at my reflection. But the face looking back at me was the same as always, a grotesque, unsightly, patchy mess. Part of me was disappointed, but more than anything, I was flabbergasted by what had just happened. How could he smile at the sight of this face? For a split second, my mind slipped back, in time 4 years. The man who had applied ointment to my face, he had never seemed disturbed by my appearance either. Not long after, the young man called upon my cottage again. He said that the medicine had briefly relieved his sister's symptoms, but that it had failed to actually cure what ailed her. Herbal medicine required patience and persistence before its effects manifested. I informed him, to which he responded with a sad smile. He was a handsome young man, not far from what I imagined from his voice, and the smile suited him quite well. There was a distinct elegance emanating from him. Ragged clothing aside, he was about how I envisioned a fairy tale prince might look. You're very right. Though I knew quite well those only existed in fiction. Real nobles were terrible, miserable, reprehensible people. After a few visits, we started having little conversations outside of our business transactions. He told me his name, Mel, as well as his sister's, Nellie, and I told him mine. Mel was 17, only a year older than me. Ah, proper age! Then one day, he invited me outside for a walk. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. You've got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? I was going to turn him down, but my mouth seemed to disagree with my mind, and the next thing I knew, I was taking a walk with someone for the first time in years. Although with might be something of a stretch. I kept a safe distance from him as we walked. Mel seemed disappointed with my unwillingness to get any closer, but I couldn't bring myself to trust him that much yet. Nonetheless, it was a momentous enough occasion that I felt justified describing it as such. I'm sure I made him uncomfortable on numerous occasions during our walks. To say I acted disagreeably would be an understatement. Anytime he closed the gap between us, I stepped a little farther away. Every response I gave was curt, and I repeatedly shot him down whenever he started getting wistful or sentimental. The Morgana of 4 years prior might have been a little softer with him, a little more human. Maybe she would have given him a little smile or a pout instead. But that girl was long gone. I despised the humanity that had once started taking root in me, and I endeavored to be something different again. In one instance, he heard a robin chirping and said, "If I had wings like a bird, maybe I could be free too." To which I responded, "There is not a single creature living in this world that is free." Well, birds regularly get shot down by hunters or preyed on by larger birds. Her cynicism. The idea that they are free is nothing more than man's short-sighted delusion. Sorry, I guess. No, I should be apologizing. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply lack the ability to properly empathize with others. No, you don't. I do not understand people. So please, if I say anything that upsets you or makes you uncomfortable, don't assume that was my intention. Sure. Maybe you're hiding it, or maybe you just don't know it yet. But I think you've got more empathy than you're letting on. Surely you can't say nothing affects you at all. You are human. At one point, that was true, though it was perhaps somewhat difficult for others to see. I felt great beauty in the world when I knelt before the gravestones, but such sentiments have long since been lost to me. So you don't have to be so closed off. I might not be able to do much for you, but I do want to know you better. I want to understand you. So if you ever feel like talking about yourself, just know that you've got an eager pair of ears here. Okay? Oh, I love him! He's adorable! He's so kind. If there were ever someone who could understand me, if there were ever someone who could understand what I am now, who could empathize with me, who had been through trials as great as mine, they would not be human. What do you mean? That you would need to be far removed from any idea of humanity to have a chance at understanding me. Regardless, I do appreciate your kind words. Sure. So, out of curiosity, do you have anyone really important to you in your life? Not at the moment. Does that mean you used to? I'd love to hear about them, if you don't mind. They're all long dead. "4 years ago, something unpleasant occurred. And as a result of that, I was forced to part ways with the people who taught me that humans have the capability for kindness. Oh, I'm sorry. Well then, if your sister's conditions worsens again, come see me. Farewell." Hey, maybe we could walk a little slower next time, so we have more time to talk. I want to get to know you better. I'll consider it. Alright. So long. Bye, see you soon. I was conscious of how cold and distant I was being toward him, but I had no interest in changing anything. Not that I even knew how to anymore. I had never known particularly well how to choose the right words, the proper way to act in various circumstances. But what little knowledge I had possessed I'd long since lost. I assumed, after the things I had said to him, Mel would never ask me on another walk again. But I was wrong. He did the very next time he came for medicine, and every time after that as well. Hey, so I was thinking, I bet you'd make a really good singer if you wanted. A singer? Yeah. You've got this really pretty voice. And that's what she said about him too! I think it'd be nice if you tried using it to sing. I'm sorry, it's not my place to tell you what to do. Oh, he's so sweet. You hardly talk. Why would I think you'd want to sing? I'm glad we're on the same page. Never again. Sorry about that, really. Anyway, I wonder who first came up with the idea to sing. He's so random, I love him! But he's so respectful. Like, he doesn't try to push her. He just, like, leaves it at that. You can brighten someone's day or sour their mood with just the sound of your voice. Kinda amazing, don't you think? They always said that there was something about her voice. Michael, Jacopo, and Mel. It's almost like magic. Oh, and there are battle songs too, for getting soldiers fired up for combat. Battle... Now, there's a word I never expected to hear from you. I mean, I am a guy. I admire anyone who has the strength to go to battle. I could never ever do it myself though. The sight of blood makes me sick, and I barely know which end of a sword you're supposed to grab. Oh! He's so innocent! You're a noble, aren't you? What need do you have for knowing how to use a sword? That's what I used to think too. But now I think I should have gotten training. I may not have been a soldier, but I needed to be strong. I could have avoided so much if I was. And Nellie wouldn't have to live in a rundown shack in the middle of nowhere. As I recall, he said once that he was forced from his house after a dispute over who the rightful heir was. High society sounds like endless fun. I'm sorry. I'm sure you don't care about any of this. No, you're fine. I'm the one who asked. Thanks. I want you to know, I really do appreciate it. It's nice to just be able to talk about this stuff to someone. You're naturally sociable. I'm sure you could find plenty of other people willing to listen. I don't get into town much, not even to run errands, so I'm still kind of an outsider. You're my only friend right now. I hope that wasn't too presumptuous of me. Call me whatever you like. Oh, thank goodness. We should do this more often, really. Talk more, get to know each other better, become better friends. To what end? No end, just, you know. Having friends is better than being alone. That's all. I see. I'll be heading back in now. See you again. Y'all! Mel is such a sweetheart! Y'all, I knew he was threatened the minute I knew. I knew. Yeah, see you soon, Morgana. But it's still a huge betrayal on Morgana's end. That we cannot take away from her. Little by little, his words were getting closer to reaching the old me. Not enough to provoke an actual response, of course. But that wasn't his fault. I had locked myself up too deeply. I no longer knew how to express emotions. Most especially those that resulted from human warmth. However, I had regained enough of something to feel a sort of nostalgia in my interactions with Mel. And I thought perhaps with enough time I could go back to who I had been 4 years prior. But shortly thereafter, he threw all that into the wind with a single utterance. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. He appeared exhausted that day, much more than usual. His sister's condition had begun to worsen again. That one muttered word set off a spark in my mind. It sent me back in time, well beyond when I was taught humanity 4 years ago, to my very origin. I was the daughter of God. My blood had healing properties. And the instant I remembered that, there was only one course of action I could take. Without a moment's hesitation, I informed him that miracles did exist, that I had been born a saint, and that my blood had miraculous powers, that after leaving the village of my birth, my power had only ever been misused. First by the Lord for his sick banquets, then by me for letting it lay idle so long. Now was the time for me to correct that. He was a kind-hearted young man who loved his sister, who deserved this blessing more than them. I told him everything. At first, he was surprised, but never once did he accuse me of lying. He listened carefully and intently, taking in every word. And when I was finished, he said he believed me. He said he would entrust his sister's care to me. Mel's sister slept upon a simple bed. She was a sweet little girl who looked like she would have been quite spirited if not for her ailment. Both she and her brother had beautiful flaxen hair. They looked as if they had both been yanked from a painting. Seeing them there, I wanted to do everything I could to help them, to ensure their happiness. And I knew I had the ability to do so. No longer would I be the one receiving others' charity. I could be the one giving it again. And so I made a new cut on my mostly healed arm. For the briefest of moments, a flash of him applying ointment appeared in my mind, but I quickly cast it off. The flaxen-haired girl showed signs of recovering as a result of my miracle. The boy came to my cottage, overjoyed, to thank me. I was extremely proud of myself. I felt like, for once, I had actually saved someone's life. I had finally been able to use my gift to help someone truly good. After the miracle, though, he stopped referring to me as his friend. Understandably so. No one could think of themselves as equals with someone who performed miracles. It's because you, Morgana, you have to take the step. Awe, fear, reverence. They were all feelings that came from the same place. An inability to think of me as a human who experienced the world the same way he did. He saw me as abnormal. I had always been fine with that. It was how it was supposed to be. Being different was what I always wanted, and in some way, it was what had kept me going. So seeing him put more and more distance between us shouldn't have bothered me in the slightest. But I continued to offer his sister my blood, no matter how distant he grew. Eventually he stopped inviting me on walks. But that didn't matter. I would serve my duty and perform miracles regardless. He would simply knock on my cottage door and say, my sister's fallen ill again. Would you come perform another miracle? I could hear the apprehension in his voice. No longer did he show me his gentle smile. Well, we know from door 8. We know from door 8 Mel's perspective as well. And he didn't feel good about this one bit. No longer did we listen to the birds singing together. No longer was I the one being cold and distant. And no longer did he say, "See you again," when we parted ways. Back in my village. No! I think I'm getting hiccups. Hold on. I need water. Back in my village, when everyone feared and revered me as a saint, it filled me with a childish sense of superiority. But there was no superiority now. Only a prickling in the softened shell of my heart. I was no longer the child I had once been. I had changed. I had learned what warmth felt like. My memories of that time were vague and ethereal. But the feelings they had created lived on, deep within me. For a time, I had felt a warm familiarity around Mel, which only made me yearn for him to treat me that way again. I wanted to be able to open up to someone once more, though I never said as much out loud. Gloomy day after gloomy day passed, and then I received a new visitor. Don't open! It's Yukimasa! I asked them their business from behind the door, but they hesitated for a few moments before responding, because he remembered that voice. My instincts told me that whoever it wasn't the noble boy. So I waited, perplexed and slightly on edge, for them to say something. And when they finally did, I was left aghast at what I heard. "Are you the witch with the miracle blood?" Oh my gosh. Why did he sound like the man who had slaughtered the slaves in the carriage, laughing all the while? What was he doing at my cottage? I thought he had wandered off somewhere, never to be seen again. I thought he was out of my life for good. Why? Why did he call me a witch? And how did he know my blood had powers? Had Mel told him? Or maybe his talkative little sister had gone running around blabbing about it. Ah, I should have been clearer with them, made absolute certain they knew to keep their mouths shut. Oh, he kept his mouth shut, all right. He did, but then there was a sword to his little sister's neck. Please leave. It took all my strength to get those words, 2 words, out without my voice shaking. I could hear the screams from 4 years ago, echoing in my mind. I could see the limbs flying, the blood pooling at my feet. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it pulsing in my ears. Please stay away from my home. After all that, the time I'd spent forgetting about everything, closing myself off, finally finding peace. Why did this monster, who reminded me only of senseless violence and death, have to come back into my world? Well, this is the first time around where Yukimasa comes. So, the reason why he knows about the blood. I never wanted to go through anything like that again. It was because of Jacopo. I never want to go through anything like that again. I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little? I have nothing to spare for a man like you. My blood is only for the sick and needy. So please go away. Stay away from me, I'm begging you. Get away from this place. You're a murderer. I want nothing to do with you. So please, just go away. As you say. Is he gone? Oh, thank heavens. My eyes feel like they're burning. No, Morgana, you have to be strong. You cannot let this get to you. Be strong. You have nothing to fear. Nothing to fear. No, stop. Fight it back. Even the vision is getting a little bit blurry. I had sworn never to cry again, but the moment fear released its grip on me, everything that had built up came pouring out in a hot stream. Tears soaked my face. I wiped and still my hands came back wet. With each passing second, I felt myself reverting into an ordinary, helpless little girl. No, that's what I had always been. My whole life, I had just been putting on airs, when in reality, I wasn't even strong enough to withstand a little fright. Even with the horrid man gone, I couldn't rest easy. I couldn't be sure if he was gone for good. Maybe he was just waiting for a more opportune moment to target me again. The following day, I took a brief walk with the noble boy. But I couldn't bring myself to talk to him about what had happened. With how much distance he was keeping between us, I doubted he would be willing to do anything to help. For 3 days and 3 nights I shook in terror. Thinking, considering, speculating, wondering. Hardly getting a wink of sleep. Oh my god, my heart hurts for her. Ah! What's up with this music? I was too anxious to sit still, so I paced in circles around the chair by the fireplace. It's too soon to be sure I'm safe. Can't go outside unless I absolutely must. Not even just to get water from the lake. He could be waiting in the shadows to take my life. I'm not safe here anymore. I shouldn't have said anything about my powers. They've only ever brought me trouble. I should probably find somewhere else to live. But where? How far could I even get on my own? He could be out there, waiting for me to open the door. I would need help. Don't be a fool. No one's going to help me. The boy barely even wants to talk to me anymore. All I wanted was a quiet life. Yukimasa, you also said this, but you know, you messing it up all the time. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's time, no! Is it him? Did he return? No. Calm yourself. Oh my god, we're gonna witness this from her perspective. This is gonna be absolutely horrendous. And when she's in the burlap sack, what are her thoughts gonna be like? Oh, no! Morgana! Morgana, don't open, don't open! Calm yourself. He knocks harder than that. It's not him. Who's there? It's me. No! It's time! His sister needs more of my blood. I'm not here about Nelly today. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. What? I want to talk things over. He's finally reconsidered. If he can treat me like a friend again. Oh, Morgana, 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 no! Oh, the betrayal. Then maybe I could ask him. Y'all, seeing the POV from Morgana. Then maybe I could ask him. I want to talk to you too. I opened the door without a second thought. I let my guard drop, because in my mind, the flaxen-haired boy briefly took the place of the slave man from the brothel. The man who had saved me from the terrible lord offered me his hand, guided me into the light. And here he was again, to set me free, to take me away from this place, take me somewhere new. He had pulled me out of the darkest depths of despair. Oh my gosh. Y'all. Oh, I'm so close to crying right now. And here he was again, ready to offer me his hand, a glimmer of hope to cast away the shadows. So I reached out to take it. No! Oh! Morgana! And my arm went tumbling to the ground. My hope following not far behind. What? Oh my god, I can just imagine her scream, you guys. My arm. Ugh. I can't take this. Oh! Oh my god, this is even worse than we ever saw. Oh. Take it. That's your share. Oh my gosh. So traumatic. Should last you long enough. Of course, she also cursed Mel. Because she thinks that he was completely in on it. Oh my gosh. What do you mean, take it? Take it, what do you mean? Why my arm? Taken, how could you betray me like that? How could I opened the door, you said you wanted to talk. So, what is that man doing here? Why would you bring him here? How could you do this to me? What does he mean, your share? What is it, just easier for you to take the whole arm than keep coming back and asking for me to help? Is that what it is? I thought you were a good person. I thought you were a good person. I trusted you. I believed in you. I opened the door for you because I thought you wanted to talk. I trusted you. I trusted you. I trusted you. I thought you were a good person, a nice man, a nice man. I would have given you and your sister as much blood as you needed. You just had to ask and I would have come. You didn't have to do this. You didn't have to. I would have helped whenever you needed. Why would you, how could you, why? Tell me why, how could you do something so terrible? So terrible, so terrible, so terrible, so cruel. You wouldn't tell me, oh. You wouldn't do this to me, you wouldn't, oh my god, Morgana! Nothing personal, I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. She needs the money. I need some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. The Lord? Why him again? If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. Yeah, this would have never happened if it wasn't for Jacopo. He just makes mistake after mistake after mistake. So don't take it personally. You get to be the sacrifice. To keep her church from collapsing. To keep her world from collapsing. So don't take it personally, witch. Cheers, a saint's blood and good fortune to all. You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin. No, I'm not a witch. After cutting off my left arm, the strange-looking man stuffed me into a sack and tied me up and threw me over his shoulder and carried me away somewhere. And while he was walking, he muttered at me over his shoulder, explaining where we were going. Apparently a new church run by someone called the Saintess. And she was going to give my blood to patrons of the church, saying it was some kind of miracle elixir. But what was this nameless nun doing, calling herself a saintess, when I was the real saint? And why did I have to be the witch, sacrificed for her sake? It didn't make any sense. And most of all, why was the Lord involved? Why did that vicious, cruel, horrible, miserable man have to come back into my life? Why couldn't he just leave me alone? Was that really so hard? Why? He already had his way with me. He had his terrible banquets, his blood sabbats. Already, what did he need with more of my blood? Hadn't he already had enough? Did he find out it had real powers, and so he decided to come back for me more? Was that it? He could have just called me the Saintess instead of her. He didn't have to make me into a witch. Oh, it's because of my face, isn't it? He wanted a pretty face to put on his brand new church, not an ugly, scarred face like mine. But that's all. She's just pretty. I can perform miracles, but I'm here with my arm cut off, stuffed in a bag. Even slaves are treated better than this. All I wanted was a quiet life, but I have this power, so I just wanted to use it to help. That's all. Oh, Father, your trial is too great. I cannot bear it any. I wasn't born to spend my whole life suffering. Oh my gosh, this poor kid. About time. There's your witch. Tell me you didn't harm her, dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made, limbs were lost. This is so matter-of-fact of him. Like, I can't get over this. I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. That you were able to immediately recognize it as the smell of blood says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? It's like I can see their sprites. Like, their PNGs are just there. Enough yapping. She is alive, yes? Of course. Oh, of course she didn't see his face properly. This is what she saw. This is what she saw. No tears. Now that's a good girl. I simply wouldn't be the same if you cried and blubbered like a lowly slave or a whore. This is not what Jacopo said at all, but this is what she's hearing from the previous lord. Dignified and saintly. That's what I need you to be. Bahahaha. Oh my god! That is Barnier's PNG, but warped! Welcome, witch. You'll be giving your blood to all my people now, not only me. Is that you? Oh, do you remember me? Jacopo did say that. This one at least. What an honor, a truly splendid honor, but not that. It's being mixed up. How could I ever forget? How could I ever forget? All the pain and humiliation you put me through. How could I ever forget the blood sabbats you so love to hold? Haven't had enough, have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you. You haven't had your fill of my blood. Ha ha ha. I'm thrilled to know the great saint remembers the lavish parties I threw for her. I take it they left quite an impression then. You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you even for a moment. That's splendid to hear. I'm sure you tried so very hard to cast my memory aside. But you never could you? And you know what that means. That the scars I left all over you run deeper than anything else you've ever experienced. This poor girl. Look at that face, so twisted and hideous. I bet you loathe me. That you'll never be able to forgive me. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you'll never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I give you a lifetime of hatred. Never, you will never have my forgiveness. This man, the Lord, he destroyed me, mind and body. This man ruined my life. Ahahaha. I see. So I'm the one who ruined your life. But why should that concern me? Your words are as insignificant as the chirps of a dying robin. Scream and shout until your throat goes sore. It doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. Now this looks like Jacopo's PNG. But very, very warped. O Father, God of heaven and earth, my life is becoming nothing, shattered and empty. Good day, Lord Barnier. Not hungry. I need some time to rest, so don't bother me. Yes, sir. And make sure everyone knows they are to stay away from my room. By your command, my lord. Is he gonna lose it? Why? Why was she the lakeside witch? How could this happen? There must be something I can do. Some way to fix this. No, don't fool yourself, you damn buffoon. There's no fixing that. Her arm's been cut off. Her mind broken. If only that Far Eastern dog hadn't been such a damn idiot. Well, who hired him, huh? Then she might actually be in proper shape. Fucking fuck! I'm the one who gave the order. The only one to blame for this is me. Back to blaming. I can spend all goddamn day regretting it, but there's no taking back what's already been done. Ah, goddammit. What the hell am I supposed to do? What can I do? I could set her free. And a doctor, yes. Find a good doctor. There's no getting her arm back, but he could at least patch her up. This is all my fault. So I'll do right by her, look after her myself. Make sure she's taken care of for the rest of her life. Are you out of your mind, Jacopo? Why would she ever want to stay with you? Ah, damn it, I can't even stay focused. What is there to think about, boy? You already know what you must do. Get out of here, spirit. When will you learn your damn lesson and just stay dead, damn it? The last thing I need is a pathetic ghost constantly sticking its nose in my business. Bahaha. Strong words from the man who can't even keep his head in the presence of said pathetic ghost. The answer's plain as day, boy. You proceed exactly as planned. Make witch's blood into a miracle elixir and distribute it at the church. You'll take in tithes as well as winning the people's favor for supporting their new beloved church. It's a fine scheme. I'm impressed you came up with it, boy. Silence. That was before I knew she was the witch. What does it matter? The girl's going to be dead soon regardless. Progress and growth, it always comes at a price. And this is exactly what he thought about the old lady too. Like she's gonna be dead anyway. Barnier is using the same logic. But the Barnier that we see, I don't think it's supernatural. Because it was explained that it came from like his own mind, like, or was it from his own mind? So he's being haunted mentally. Progress and growth, it always comes at a price. You need simply accept that the price has already been paid. Tell me, is the girl worth throwing the entire venture aside? Knowing you lose all the goodwill you made to gain from it and more. She's my... A child could tell you which has more value. You bear the weight of this entire land, boy. Don't try to cast that aside because you killed one little girl. She isn't dead, she's still... Surely you can't call that living. She's not. She is, and you killed her. I did not. There is no turning back. Why are you so upset about this, boy? Countless slaves have perished at your command. You had the slum rats who tried to bite you slaughtered. And only now are you concerned about another's life. Surely you're not still clinging to your naive sentimentality, are you? Oh, but she's different from those disposable sacks of flesh. She's dear to me. We have so many wonderful memories together. I love her. Enough. You've come too far to step down from the throne. No matter how much you may have cared for the girl before, it's out of the question now. You cannot have her. When a nobleman marries, it's for political purposes. Be it connections, resources, appearances, always something to gain. Taking a nameless peasant girl will make you a laughing stock of the land. So lock her up and drain her until there's nothing left. Shut your damn mouth, accursed spirit. You don't have any idea what you're talking about. You don't know the first thing about how I feel about her. The things we've shared. Wait a minute. What's going on? How the hell do you know any of that? Because he is you. Took you long enough, boy. How did I not realize? You were never the kind of man to speak of progress and growth. That I wasn't. What the hell? What are you? I've already told you. He's you! I am the curse known as the Lord of the Land. Or if you need me to put it in simple terms for your simple mind, I am your sickness. You're out of your mind. The sickness. The hunger for power. You're out of your mind. I'm not sick. I'm not the one who's out of his mind, boy. This is a world of madness and disease, but not of spirits. The throne drives all who sit upon it to madness. Power or sanity, a man can only have one. And all the faster will his grasp on his mind slip when he has no one at his side to shield him from his enemies. Paranoia. I am not Jean-Francois Barnier, and there is no way for you to banish this spirit. Your mind is broken, on the verge of collapse, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. No. No, 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 no. You're lying. My mind is not broken. I am perfectly sane. There's not a grain of madness in me. Tell me, Jacopo, is this the power you always sought? Is this what you spent day and night fighting to achieve? What? How are you? I thought you wanted power in order to protect those you cared most about. But here you are, using that power to destroy their lives. Or is power the only thing you care about protecting anymore? Shut up. Is that what I took up the blade for all those years ago? Enough. You don't have any place criticizing me. Oh, but the young Jacopo does. You're just a stupid child with his head in the clouds, who thinks he can become some kind of hero. If you hadn't been so foolish, I wouldn't be in this place at all. You're right. We chose the wrong path, and there's no way for us to go back on the right one any longer. This wasn't what I had wanted at all. The future I had dreamed of, the outcome I had hoped for. But who did I even have to explain that to? Then who would even understand if I tried? There were walls as high as the eye could see on both sides of this path. Forward was the only way I could go. I had killed my old friends and comrades, lost everything along the way, but still I had marched on, because that was all I could do. And now, power was the only thing that remained in my hands, so I would make a despot of myself, bury all my feelings for her, and continue my march straight into hell. I had no other choice. Every day felt like a slog through a swamp with no end in sight. Though I did everything to keep up appearances when I wasn't alone. I masked any trace of my discord beneath a veil of bottomless confidence. It had reached a point where nearly everything I said or did in public was an act. A farce, even. Among the mistakes the Far Eastern dog had made was involving a third party. He was a young man, and there was a considerable possibility he was nobility. Which meant I couldn't simply dispose of the boy until I had more information. Between that and his decision to cut off Morgana's arm, I was looking like quite a fool for thinking I could tame a beast. Though of course, my biggest mistake was coming up with the scheme in the first place. And round it goes. Soon after locking Morgana up in the tower, I summoned the boy, making it abundantly clear he was not to tell anyone what he knew. Then sealing the deal by turning him into a co-conspirator. A kid! Y'all, that evil. The boy was irritatingly timid in part, I presumed, because the dog had already threatened him. All it took to keep him nice and obedient was a stern glare and a few choice words. I hired the dog to be my bodyguard and assigned the boy to an administrative supervising post on the new church grounds. Having been originally built as a second manor for the previous lord, the church was still more mansion than church, which meant there was an abundance of rooms for the boy to stay in. I then summoned the saintess there to serve as the face of the church. She was to remain on the grounds all day, and at night she would stay in a cottage a safe distance from the church. I also informed her that I stored my money and valuables in the observation tower, and that she would be charged with treason if she trespassed. She was naturally a trusting woman, and she seemed grateful for everything I was doing for her, so I doubted she would spill anything. Because she didn't even know. Though even if she did, 3 keys were required to enter the tower. 1 held by me, 1 by the dog, and 1 by the boy. So all 3 of us were in this until the witch died. Oh, Jacopo. I had one of my aides dig around for information on the noble boy. Mel was his name, and he claimed he had been banished from his home, but I couldn't just take him at his word. I had to be absolutely sure so that when the witch died, I could eliminate him. I'm not even surprised! Not even surprised that he would do that. A kid. Y'all ensnared him into this. The dog too, of course. And to that I say good luck. No one who knew anything could be allowed to live. That said, he seemed like he could put up a better fight than the boy, so I would have to be a little more careful in choosing how to take him out. I wasn't too worried though. I was the Lord after all. So long as that much didn't change, I could do just about anything. Once we started distributing the miracle elixir, the church's following grew far quicker than I had expected. Numerous reports of people being cured of diseases spread through the city, and before long, even the healthy came seeking its powers. Every smiling face that walked out of the chapel put another black stain on my spirit. Her blood really was miraculous. And it was then that I understood why the last Barnier had held all those banquets. He wasn't just torturing a little girl. He was feasting on miracles. And now that word was spreading and I knew the rumors were true. I had lost my final escape route. The plan failing entirely because her blood was just ordinary blood. Forward was the only route that remained. One day, the Far Eastern dog said to me, "Everything is proceeding exactly as you said it would, Lord." I didn't believe in miracles, but seeing all this has tempted me to change my mind. You were right. One girl's life is indeed a worthy exchange. I wasn't sure how I responded, though by that point I largely just rattled of bitter snark and insults, reflexively in response to anything. So presumably I called the dog a dog, perhaps giving a laugh. Most nights I could no longer sleep without the aid of alcohol. I was pretty sure none of it was poisoned, but I spent a lot of time throwing it back up regardless. Barnier's cackling echoed in my chambers. The world twisted and contorted. Quite frankly, I was considering taking my own life, but I wouldn't let myself run away from what I had done, what I was doing to her. I had said I would continue my march straight down to hell, and that was exactly what I planned to do. Again and again I repeated to myself, I feel nothing for her. I never loved her. She's just another faceless peasant. I have no memories of my past life. The days turned to months, and soon spring was upon us. They finally got shackles to put on me. Must have given them quite the scare when I tried to climb the wall. Isn't that funny? Yeah. Look, I made a flower crown. Ha 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 ha. Festival preparations seem to be going well. Hey, aren't you going to go? I'm not going anywhere. You're a strange one. It's much nicer out there than it is in here. If anyone is to leave, it will not be me. Say, I've been wondering, who are you anyway? I was created to carry your pain. That doesn't answer the question. I cannot give you any other one, though. I carry your pain for you and offer you someone to talk to. So the last remaining flame of hope in your heart doesn't flicker out. How very honorable of you. You sound like a saint. I don't know how you could stand living like that. Hehe. What's so funny? Nothing. Just, you don't remember anything, do you? I don't consider my work to be saintly, but if you perceive it that way, then that's thanks to you. Because that's who you were, Morgana. You're not making any sense. That's fine, my dear. Knowing what I carry in my spirit would only cause you pain. So I just beg you to live on, to not give up hope. Where am I supposed to find hope, chained up in a tower? You've been with me long enough. You see me here. My body is on the verge of death. and a black cloud fills my spirit. I despise those men, every one of them, who did this to me. I want to kill them myself, and I hate that I lack the power to do so. I want to place a curse on them all. Don't talk like that, Morgana. Please keep your spirit pure. Don't talk about cursing people. There's still hope. Someone will come to save you. Maybe one of the three will have a change of heart. Or maybe someone else will come through the door. Just have a little patience, all right? There's no point. This is where her mind split into two. Even if someone does come, I have nowhere to return to. I have nowhere. That's not true. Remember, all those years ago, when the Lord had you chained up, someone came and set you free then. And someone will. No one's coming. That was a miracle. A one-time miracle. The flaxen-haired boy, he lied to me. This world is nothing but betrayal. No one is going to set me free anymore. Actually, there is one possibility for my salvation. Perfect, then we'll wait for them to come. Yes, let's wait for an angel to come. What? An angel to come and set me free. Morgana, deliver divine punishment unto the sinners who would defile me. Morning, Maria. You're here bright and early. Hey. Yeah, not like I've got much else on my plate. Well, aren't you quite the workaholic? You know, you're getting to be about the age when most girls would close up shop and settle down with a man or three. Haha, and you know no man wants to get hitched with this kinda... beep! Fair enough. Most girls in this biz are rough around the edges, but you're rough all the way through. Like how you got all up in a client's face the other day. Now that was a sight to see. But anyway, the blacksmith brought this spy for you. Huh? Is it a dagger? Since it was, you know, a blacksmith. Oh, that. I was planning to go pick that up myself. Special thanks for being such a faithful patron, he said. Never met another prostitute who regulars at the smithy. That's one heck of a hobby. Maybe so, but it's the only hobby I have. Well, she said she did like sharp things. Not gonna lie, that's a little scary. What kind of girl collects knives? What kind of girl doesn't? Like something nice and shiny. There's nothing more to it, right? It's just a collection, not for you to, like, use or anything. Like I said, they're shiny. And when have I ever drawn a knife on any of you? Never, right? Oh no, not use them on us. The thought never crossed my mind. I know how much you care about us girls. I just mean, you're not planning To do anything, like, dangerous? Haha, oh no, hell no! You're way overthinking it. If you say so. It just looked like this one was made for a special occasion or something. You even had your name engraved in it. What's so strange about that? Collectors get their names engraved on shit all the time. I once had an ex-mercenary for a client, and he told me people engrave names in weapons for all sorts of reasons. The name of someone you love to help strengthen your resolve. Your own name as a symbol of your honor. Is this for... How much honor does a dirty old whore like me even have? Like I said, it's just my hobby. I like shiny things, and that's all there is to it. Now hand it over. Promise me you won't do anything dangerous with it. Pinky swear. Thanks. Sorry, friend. It had been 4 years since the raid on the brothel, and we were still just barely getting back on our feet. It would never be the same as before, though. Not because we had to move locations, but because the slums were shrinking away to almost nothing thanks to the Lord's renovations. Not to mention all the new foreign women who sold their services up in the city's bustling marketplace. Most of our old regulars had taken their business there, and we weren't drawing in much in the way of new blood either. With better options to get their rocks off, only the real oddballs went for their rundown whorehouse in a little back alley in the slums. It was enough to keep us afloat, but we'd hardly last another 6 months. A year if we were really lucky. And while we were down here fighting to make it by day to day, our ever-gracious Lord was planning a festival to celebrate the spring harvest. Celebrations were to take place in and around the new church set up across the river. And with this being the first annual harvest festival, the whole city was in a rather jolly mood. Everyone except us slum rats, of course. The merchants, the upper class, and even most of the regular citizens were in love with the Lord. Public opinion took a huge turn after the new church opened its doors. I presumed it was all a part of his grand plan. Me, on the other hand, I was far from pleased. He had abandoned us in the slums, left all his old friends out to dry because he wanted a little extra gold. And like hell I was going to stand for that. Word through the grapevine was the Lord and his bodyguard spent a lot of time at the new church. A nun everyone called the Saintess worked there, handing out some kind of miracle elixir. I assumed it was her that he had business with. But his business didn't matter so much as the fact that he was there. There was no way I was getting through the fortifications around his manor on the hill, but the church wouldn't be nearly as well protected. Last night I snuck onto the grounds to survey the area, and there was no sign of any guards or people at that. So it wouldn't likely be difficult for me to slip into the building and hide there until he showed up. Tonight, I brought everything. I was going all in. These past 4 years, my feelings for him have been, well, mixed, to put it lightly. I knew damn well he wasn't the same man I grew up with, but a part of me deep down wanted to believe that man was still there. That maybe he had some reason, and I just wasn't seeing it. That I was misinterpreting him somehow. But if I was right and the old Jacopo was gone, I would settle it once and for all tonight. It's quiet in there. Doors locked tight. Figures. Now with that out of the way, how do I want to get in? Could break a window. I'd rather not make that much noise though. Now who do we have here? He's heading for the mansion. Maybe he's got a key. I was gonna bail if I ran across anyone, but that might not be necessary. It's always Mel! They're always like, okay, he's the key, he's the key. How much longer am I going to have to deal with this? And I can't believe he's holding a festival. He's got to be out of his mind. I'm too tired to worry about this tonight. Don't move. Does Maria in fact kill Jacopo? Huh? What? Oh, and no squealing either. One peep and this little babe will carve you a brand new mouth. What? Who are you? Are you a thief? I don't want your shit. I just want you to answer a couple questions. If you can do that for me, you get to keep your throat in one piece. What do you want from me? What are you doing here? The Lord comes by here pretty often, right? I want to have a little chat with him. What? Are you out of your mind? I can't let you see the Lord. Oh, alright. Nighty night then. Wait. I'm not fucking around. I don't care who you are, if you're gonna cover for him. Then say your prayers and curse your bad luck. What's it gonna be, little man? Don't hurt me, please. Where's the Lord? He's not here. Well, it was nice knowing you. Slow down, he's not here now. But he'll be here at dawn. Is that so? I'm not comfortable saying any more out here. Someone might see us. It'll be safer if we go to my room. We can talk more there. And how do I know you're not gonna split the second I let go? I swear. I don't know you either, but you're not here to just talk to the Lord, are you? I'm doing what he says, but not because I agree with him. So if anything, I'm on your side. You're better at— Ah! Oh! Stop that, Maria! I can't even read that, it's too crude. I mean it. At the very least, we can't have a productive conversation if we're both on edge like this. Huh? You got a decent head on your shoulders for someone who was within seconds of losing it. Alright, you convinced me. Lead the way, little man. But if you so much as breathe suspiciously, your head will roll. I get it. On your feet. This poor boy, he just gets dragged into everything. Glad I ran into someone without a spine. Well, they do like to call him spineless. I'd definitely have trouble sleeping after this if I had to kill a complete stranger. And not only that, it's a boy. He's not a man. Well, well, nice looking room you got for yourself, little man. So, the Lord's gonna be here bright and early, you said. But why? Well, daytime I'd understand if he was here to play friendly with all his followers. But no one's gonna be here at the ass crack of dawn. They're not his followers. The patrons of the church are true believers in the word of God. Can't say I'm convinced. Looks more to me like he's built himself a damn cult. Now, my question. The Lord has important business to attend to in the mornings. I'm not stupid. I'm asking what his business is. I can't tell you that. Only that he'll be here early in the morning. You think I'm just gonna take you at your word? Oh, I can't tell you why, but I promise he'll be here. It's really, really important, so just wait here till morning. So I sit on my thumbs, morning rolls around and whoosh, I'm never seen again. That sound about right. No. Then answer my question. What's he gonna be doing here so early? He's coming to check on some valuable assets. Say again. I help manage his assets. But not because I want to. He's threatening me. And what are these assets? It's, spit it out. I can't. I really can't. Anything but that. What if I say I'll kill you if you don't? Go right ahead. Threaten me all you want. That's the one thing I can never tell anyone. 'Cause they'll make you disappear if you spill. It's not my safety I care about. It's my sister. They'll kill my sister if I tell anyone. So I can't say anything. Imagine from Maria's perspective how much more despicable Jacopo is now. Like, coming here she was like almost, it seemed like maybe she would want to have a talk with him, and then if that didn't work, pull out the knife. But now, hearing about this, she'll be like, nah, he lost, he's gone. So I can't say anything. You have a sister. She's my only family. I see. So the Lord's blackmailing you to help manage his assets. And as part of that, he's also holding your sister hostage. Not directly, but essentially yes. That sick, rotten fuck. Yeah, she definitely gonna kill him. Or it's gonna go like in, you know, the third door, but you know, not with guns. I don't have any family myself. But a few years back, there was this girl who was like a sister to me. Wow, oh. And he felt kind of the same way about her. Or at least I thought. But now he's fallen so far, he's taking some kid's sister hostage. Maybe I'm reading into things, but do you actually know the Lord? I did. Like a former mistress or something? Oh hell no. We grew up together, believe it or not. What? So you used to be a noble? No, you dingus. I didn't think so. You don't seem particularly dignified. Mel, calm down. She's gonna shank you. Yep, just a dirty old whore here. Ah! Sorry to disappoint. Whoa, whoa, I never said that. Anyway, that's all you need to know about me and the Lord. Alright. Now what about you? You know him for long? About 6 months maybe? So no, but you've been in regular contact with him that whole time. Tell me, what's he like these days? And it's not like he's gonna, you know, tell her that, well, sometimes he can be a good person, no. And don't worry, the knife's taking a nap. Just tell me whatever you can. I'm curious. I don't know much, but alright. The only time I really see the Lord is when we meet up to check on his assets. We don't chat or anything like that. He always seems to be in a foul mood, and he gives me dirty looks whenever he sees me. Even though you're working together? Now she's like, oh, he's even backstabbing his own. He's still a backstabber. Like I said, I'm not doing it because I want to. I'm threatening a kid on top of that. Yeah, this not looking good. I understand if Maria just goes like berserk, because she's like, I'm hearing all of this, and this is just putting the puzzle back in. I just wound up in this position. Go on. I can tell you this though. He's a monster. He's a cruel, evil, heartless man. No one with a conscience could do the things he doesn't care how much pain he causes, and anyone who doesn't fall in line is eliminated. His reputation's improving because he's got the same test vouching for him. Oh, this is horrible, because I feel like a part of Maria was like, please let there be one hint of Jacopo left, and I won't do anything. But it's all a load of crap. He's a villain and a tyrant. Sounds just like the previous Lord. Huh? Previous Lord? You're not from around here, little man. No. I lived somewhere far away, and just sort of ended up here recently. Well, that explains it. There was a different guy on the throne up until about 4 years ago. He was a vicious, barbaric fuck who treated people like his playthings. He would murder slaves by the dozen just for shits. And he did some very bad things to a little girl. This new lord is exactly the same. People are just another commodity to him. And it's not like Jacopo has shown any other side of him. Like, he has gone mad. Man or woman or child, he doesn't care as long as they're useful. He'll hurt people, he'll kill them. Anything to get what he wants. I got that impression. Now she's like, I'm taking one for the team. After everything I've seen and heard, was I honestly hoping? I knew it. She was hoping. He'd tell me he wasn't as bad as the previous lord. I've heard enough. He's gone over the edge and there's no bringing him back. I was originally planning to talk to him. She was originally planning to talk to him. Oh my god. You know what? Jacopo set himself the fuck up. Mel has no finger in this. Innocent. Boy is innocent. Jacopo has only shown him his despicable side. But that was never going to work. He's a lost cause. So what are you going to do? I'm gonna make sure he can't shame himself any more than he has. By putting an end to his miserable life. You wanna see the Lord gone too, don't you? Get out of this shitty hole he's thrown you in. 'Cause if you do, then stick your neck out and give me a hand. You know what'll happen if you keep on like this. Once your job's done, once he's done with you, you're gone. Yeah, and he said so himself. That Mel would be gone and Yukimasa would be gone. You're not stupid enough to think he'd let you live, are you? What'll it be? You gonna go on being his obedient little beep? Or you gonna give him what's coming? Alright. I'll help. Excellent. Your tailor must be damn skilled to accommodate balls that big. Honestly, I've been waiting 6 months for this. For someone to show up and give me a way out. So in a way, Maria is his savior. While waiting for the sun to rise, me and the little man hashed out our plan of attack. The Lord kept a skilled bodyguard around at almost all times, so we wanted to avoid causing any trouble while they were together. He was only alone for a small window of time. When he arrived at the church each morning, he would first head for his private study, unguarded. That was our chance. Time was limited, which meant we'd make it simple, move quickly. We had the element of surprise on our side though. I could do this. No, there was no room for even the slightest uncertainty. I would do this. I didn't care about saving the people from an oppressive despot or anything grand and honorable like that. All I wanted was to stop an old friend from falling any further. That was my entire reason for assassinating the Lord of the Land. I wouldn't be a hero if I pulled it off. I'd be an insurgent. But to hell with my reputation. I'd be hunted down and killed for my crimes not long after anyway. Jacopo, as your old friend, I'll join you on your trip to hell. And then, at long last, the moment arrived. Oh my gosh. Exactly as Mel had said, the Lord showed up at the mansion early the next morning with bodyguard in tow. The Lord disappeared into his study, and then the bodyguard headed for the chapel. Once he was out of sight, I glanced over at Mel and nodded. Who is it? It's me. There's something I need to talk to you about. We'll be seeing each other shortly anyway. Whatever it is, you can tell me then. It can't wait. It's important. And I don't want anyone to overhear. Is it about assets? Yeah. Fine, come in. Here goes. I took a deep breath, held it in. It would all be done in a matter of seconds. All our memories together, the time we shared. I feel like she's gonna stop. Like she's gonna hesitate. But with Jacopo, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, how is this gonna end? Sent straight down to the grave. What? So long, Jacopo. I'll see you down in hell. However, not a thing went according to plan. My resolve rendered null in an instant. My confidence shattered like glass. Oh, I did not expect this! Oh my gosh! My vengeance brushed aside like nothing. My outstretched knife hit empty air. And without even enough time to blink, my whole world shifted. I wasn't looking at my loathsome target's face, but the flat, unadorned ceiling above me. My body spun, and then something slammed against my back. With barely enough time to even gasp, I crashed into the floor. It all happened faster than the blink of an eye. He had me on the ground, knee pressed into my back. My arm twisted up into the air. What? I had him. I had an element of surprise. How could he? It's like he knew exactly what was coming. How could he react so quickly? You look perplexed. Well, unfortunately for you, I've seen my share of assassination attempts. But you, I wasn't expecting. Let me go. I thought, if anyone, you might be different. The hell are you going on about? You weren't even going to try to talk before killing me? There's nothing to talk about, not a goddamn thing. I've heard what you've done, what you're doing. Well, credit where it's due. At least you didn't try to poison me. Either way, there's plenty you could have done better. Second-rate attempt at best. Ugh. You rushed, knowing you didn't have much time, but you still could have used the fact that we've known each other most of our lives to get a little closer before pulling the knife. That would have increased your chances a little. Alternatively, you could have tried to distract me with your body, but I doubt you could swallow your pride long enough to do that. Shut your fucking... Get off me! Are you trying to break my arm? You would break an old friend's arm? Don't take me for a fool. You just tried to kill me, you conniving harlot. Oh! Oh, you're a completely different man now. No, not even a man. A useless sack of flesh. Call me whatever you like. I've heard it all and more. Lord. The boy was sneaking about, so I apprehended him. Oh no! Mel! Running away at the first sign of your grand plan going south. I see you still haven't grown a spine yet, have you, boy? You might have had a better chance if you both came at me together. Shall I kill him? Quit your drooling, dog. I want you to watch him, make sure he doesn't try and run again. And what about the woman? She tried to attack you. Shall I kill her? Right ahead. Go right the fuck ahead. Kill me like you killed everyone else. Cut off my head, put it on a pike in the town square. Everyone? You know, you're right. Nearly everyone I can think of died by my hands. Gratien, the rest of the gang, and Ceren too. He... Excuse me? He just told her... I thought Ceren died in the raid on the brothel. But you're saying you killed her? That's right. Oh my gosh. Oh. It wasn't becoming the Lord that fucked you up. You were always on the other side. From the day we first met. He's not even trying. I should have never trusted you. Fuck. So it was all bullshit, was it? Every last minute of it. Throw her somewhere I can't see her, dog. Why not just kill her? The last thing I need is people making a big fuss about a dead body showing up while we're preparing for the festival. And it's not like a damn whore poses any real danger to me. Especially not with her arm bending backwards. We don't need to waste any more time concerned about her. Oh my god, he changed so much! Oh! Now, at this point, there's not even like remotely any gray about it. He's just bad. What the fuck? What the fuck? Man, you won't even fucking kill me? I came in here with no intention of coming back out. And you don't even have the decency to do that much for me? Shut your goddamn mouth already. Leave your key here, dog. I'll handle our business alone today. So I just have to drag the whore out then. What a disappointment. Don't get any funny ideas. Just because I only told you not to kill her doesn't mean you can sate your thirst with one of her arms or legs. You throw her out and nothing more, understood? Clear as crystal, Lord. Then get out of here. I hate myself for ever thinking you were a good guy. Enjoy an eternity in hell, asshole. Don't you dare touch him! Don't you dare touch him! Now, how do you plan to make up for this mess you so kindly made for me? Oh, you shut the hell up. Do not touch him. You know damn well how busy I am right now. I had no choice. She threatened me. Yes, you had no choice but to hole up with her until morning, and you had no choice but to lie about having business with me. He would have been screwed either way. You stop it. Don't give me that look. Like I told the dog, I have no interest in creating any bodies during festival prep. But after... So I let you off the hook for this one. What? And you'll swear you never do anything like this again. Well, he's still gonna kill you after the festival. That is what he said. Yes, sir. So there would be no evidence. I swear on my life. Excellent. Next. And with that, the books are settled. The only reason I didn't hit you in the face is because your damn sister would throw a fit. So be sure to thank her when you see her. And remember, never again. Hand over your key. Now get out of my sight. Yes, sir. I'm very sorry for everything, sir. You shouldn't be the one apologizing, Mel. Jacopo put himself in this position. Y'all, all that you did, Jacopo, all of this is your doing in the end. Was it all bullshit, Maria? I'm beginning to wonder myself. Not even a word before coming at me with a knife. Not even a sliver of faith in me. Well, it's not like you showed that you were the old Jacopo in any way. I've been at this long enough, and I still haven't learned my lesson. Naive enough to think that maybe she would be different. That she would understand. No matter what anyone else said about me. Believe me when I said I really was trying to help. That I gave everything else up in the hopes of improving their lives. God, I'm such a fool. How many times do I need to be reminded that no one's on my side anymore? She was right about me. I am just a useless sack of human flesh. I should head up to the tower. What's that? A necklace. It's the necklace. Maria must have dropped it in the struggle. So what you get her? As your big sister, I'd be happy to check the present out before you give it to her. Make sure you don't make too big an ass out of yourself. Today's the day, right? You give her the present, then you finally tell her how you feel. When she comes back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. And if she turns you down, we can all have a good laugh about it. I was positive it had been taken or broken in the raid. But you've been holding on to it. You've kept it for all these years. I would have figured you'd have thrown it away by now. Necklace in hand, I made my way toward the observation tower. A thought bubbling up from the depths of my mind. It was a wretched, unsightly thing, which only swelled as I drew nearer. Never would I have conceived of such a monstrous notion, of exploiting my old identity, had this trinket not fallen back into my hands. I knew Morgana wasn't of sound mind, that the world she saw was a twisted falsehood. And though I couldn't see what delusions her mind was producing, it was evident that the man I was now and the boy she once knew were two distinct entities in it. So maybe if the old Jacopo were still good in her mind, if she still remembered him fondly, then perhaps I could assume that role. Much like I assumed the role of the Lord. Jacopo, it's too late! The thought sent a chill down my spine. By putting on that mask, I would be disregarding every horrible thing I had done to her. You don't get that luxury, Jacopo. Every time I had come up here these past months to draw her blood, in that moment there was no one in this whole wide world who had fallen so close to hell as I. He even drew her blood. And in that moment, I could no longer deny the madness that had taken root in my heart. The madness that had given rise to such a fancy. Morgana, do you know who I am? The Lord. This is a hauntingly beautiful piece of art. And he looks absolutely devastated. And Morgana, oh, my sweet baby angel. And with the necklace in hand, he looks exhausted. Do you guys remember when he put ointment on her face? Like, he just looked so, like, fresh and alive. And here he just looks like his soul has just withered away. The Lord. What do you want with me? Are you here for... I don't have any. There's no blood left for you to take. That's right. I'm the Lord. I'm the man who's brought you a lifetime of pain. The man who locked you up in this tower. And the man who struck fear into your young heart 7 years ago. Yes, you did. I'll never forget. Now tell me, Morgana, do you know what this is? On your birthday 4 years ago, a young man was going to give you... Oh... A young man was going to give you this necklace as a present. Do you remember that young man? Or have you forgotten? Forgotten. Forgotten what a pleasant time that was. I can't say I'm surprised. You were always saying how much you hated staying at that brothel. Those 3 years were no more pleasant than any other time of your life. I remember. Ugh. I remember him, and I remember those days. And do you remember them fondly? Yes. Oh! How can I even continue to read? Well, that's great to hear. You can rest at ease, Morgana, because he's going to be here soon, and he'll... That was the only time. What? That was... That was the only time in my life when I was... Oh. Morgana! That was the only time in my life when I was actually happy. Except for those years. My life's been nothing but pain and misery. But those days, they were warm. Everyone was so kind to me. They showed me love. It was all I had. The only happiness I ever had. No time in my life was better than that. but it was taken from me. I wish it had all just ended there. Her words were like it plunged through thin ice. I could put on the best forged mask in all the world, but I would never again be the man in her memories. Oh my gosh. Jacopo, I hate you. I could act exactly like him, but I could never be him. But this is so tragic. This is so freaking tragic. Oh. My hands were permanently stained with blood. The sharp smell of death hung around me like a cloud. I was a heartless killer, and anyone could see that. Never could I be able to smile like him. And never would I be able to share his dreams. The fact that I'd even had the idea to pretend to be my old self was proof in and on itself that I was too far gone. I'd reached a point where the real me was the imposter. He's dead, and so is everyone else. Why do you have that necklace, Lord? Did you kill him? I feel like he's gonna say yes. Because he's gonna, metaphorically speaking, he did kill him. That part of him. His old self. Was that your doing too? So the best thing I could do was let Morgana have her pleasant memories unmolested. I had ruined enough for her already. She'd said those 3 years were the happiest time of her life. I couldn't tell her the truth now. And there were no possible lies or justifications that would ever allow me to stand by her side again. You did, didn't you? I did. I killed the young man. I killed all of them. I killed and I killed. Until there wasn't a soul remaining. I knew it. You're the cruelest man in the whole world. The most evil, irredeemable man to ever set foot on God's earth. That I am. I despise you more than anything. I hate you. I love you. I want nothing more than to put a curse on you. I buried my feelings for you so they wouldn't get in the way of my being the Lord. I want to see you dead. But those feelings never entirely went away. I tried to wait was what was more important to me, but I misread the scales. She's not hearing anything of this. I hate you with all of my being. I lost any right I had to say this years ago. But I want you to know, I truly do love you. I revile you, detest you, loathe you. Stop it, Jacopo! Stop! There's not enough hate in all creation for you. Tell me, what do you see when you look at me? What do you hear when I speak to you? I hate you, 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 I hate you. You can't see. Oh, bad coming unprepared, without tissues. I should have known. I should have known. I should have known! Oh. The tears on my cheeks. Can you? Your mind, your spirit are shattered beyond repair. Aren't they? You're not actually understanding anything I say, are you? You're not going to be able... Oh... Ugh. Ugh. Needs to be doubled up. You're not going to be able to remember any of this, are you? I hate you. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I hadn't realized it had gotten so bad. My eyes have been shut for far too long. To what was happening to you. To my own feelings. To everything. For so long, I've avoided facing the truth. Not only did I fail to protect anything, I destroyed the one thing I cared about most, with my own two hands. That's all I ever managed to do. I wonder, what was the point of no return exactly? This isn't the world I wanted to show you at all. I of all people should have done everything in my power to ensure those good days never ended. But any apology I make would just ring hollow. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Seems my being here isn't doing your mental state any favors. So I leave your food here and get out. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I would like to tell you this though. Just go, Jacopo! Even if I'm fairly certain you don't understand what I'm saying. Tomorrow's the first day of the Harvest Festival. And when it comes, I'm going to finally do something I've been considering for a long time. It's too late. I'm going to set you free. It's too late! I'm going to put an end to all this. I hate you. That ship sailed long ago, I know. You're in no condition to go out into the world anymore. So I'm not just going to release you and forget about you. My father, to his side, an angel, send me back to heaven. That's the plan, yes. We'll go out and find some place to die together. Oh, you selfish bastard! How you have fallen, Jacopo, how you have fallen. For as long as I've had the throne, a part of me has wanted to say, I'm done. I have no need of this anymore. But every time the thought rose to my mind, it was pushed back down by a refrain of, so you'd let all that work go to waste. Everything you sacrificed to get here. Back and forth, the voices would go, day in, day out. In reality, it wasn't pride or a desire to hold on to my power that stopped me from doing this sooner, but the fear that everything I had worked so hard for would be for naught. But now that I saw death looming over her, it was clear that only greater, more crushing despair awaited me. It would break me utterly, and I would end up abusing my people even worse than Barnier had. The best thing I could do for everyone was to end it all here, to step down off the stage. Morgana wanted release from her agony, and death was the only path she would find it down. My sickness was worsening by the day, and death the only thing that could cure me. I chose the Harvest Festival in part because it seemed like a fitting end, but more because with everyone distracted by festivities, they weren't as likely to notice the Lord had gone missing. As my final act of penance, I would find her somewhere with a gorgeous view to gaze upon as I took her life. You already took it a long time ago. Somewhere you could see almost over the horizon. Somewhere the sun shone bright and proud. Somewhere that felt like you could see the world. And carrying the full weight of her enmity on my shoulders, the Lord too would meet his end, finding some place beautiful for her to depart this life from. Was all I could do to ease her pain. All I could do to provide her a peaceful repose. All I could do to pay for all I had done. On the first morning of the Harvest Festival, townspeople swarmed the new church's grounds. When I arrived, there were wide smiles on everyone's faces, from the young to the old, from those here to partake of the church's charity to well-off churchgoers. Everyone was in good spirits. It's a festival. I don't even have the energy to voice this. Ah! Look, look. Everything's got flowers on it. Quite the impressive event you've put together. The decorations are a bit on the thin side, perhaps. But for a church, any more and it starts looking garish. They can go ham all they want down in the square. You don't seem very enthusiastic. Why would I be? You spent so much time preparing for it, I assumed you would be more excited. Ha, as if. This is all politics, not fun and games. An effort to bring unity to my people, you could say. I don't understand you at all. How can you spend so much time doing something you don't enjoy? I don't give a rat's ass if you understand me. Fair enough. When I first met you, I thought money and power were all you desired. But I've come to realize that's not the case. I'm beginning to think you're hardly a bad man after all. He wasn't a bad man in the beginning, but everything that's been leading up to this, it's made him a very, very bad man. Even if he showed compassion in the end, it doesn't matter. I knew you were an idiot, but I didn't realize you were that foolish. How can you possibly say I'm not a bad man, knowing all I've done? That's also fair. Hey, no running, kids. You're going to get yourself hurt. What's the big deal? Run with us, Marie. You shouldn't pull on people. That hurts. Ah. Good morning, Lord Barnier. Chilly. Preparations are all complete here, and the stalls down in the city are ready to open up as soon as you give the word. Thank you. I couldn't be more thrilled to be part of such a wonderful celebration. I'm glad to hear it. Are you well? You look a bit tired. It comes with the job. There's hardly a day I'm not exhausted. Well, don't work yourself too hard, Lord Barnier. It's important to get your rest. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I almost forgot. Would you like a flower, my lord? A flower? We made all sorts of flower accessories. Guys, the flowers! Do you remember that scene where he didn't get any flower crowns, but he got one flower? And we're giving them out to anyone who wants one. They do the same sort of thing at the Midsummer Festival. I'm gonna lose it! And I like the idea so much I borrowed it. What do you say? I think this one would look lovely in your hair. Oh, we actually picked that option too. Maybe that was the canon option, you guys. That he put it in his own hair. And he didn't know who did it. Maybe it was this part of him. It was the Lord Barnier part. No. I'll pass. That's a shame. And what say you, Mr. Bodyguard? Care for a flower? No! I hope he says yes. And I wanna see the flower in his ugly bob-ass hair. No, go on, take it. Don't let their efforts go to waste. Very well, I'll take one then. Yukimasa, flower PNG when? May God smile upon you. Thank you. Flower PNG when? Nah, we're creating it. You guys, we are gonna create it. Yukimasa, flower PNG. We'll see you later. And Lord Barnier, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Even Yukimasa happy now. The way he can still like smile. Even though all the shit that he's done. Only Pauline is keeping him together. Only Pauline. Hey, you can have the day off. Go spend it with your nun. Why the look? I'm merely surprised you would show any consideration for your dog. Well, it is a special occasion, I suppose. Yeah, the side eye! Wow, it's burning. Needless to say, watch out for yourself. It's like he knows. You were assailed just last night. I didn't realize you were even capable of concern. It is a special occasion. You two are way too much alike. Get a room, will you? Huh. We'll take care of our usual business this afternoon. Should be able to bring a little more food than usual as well. Understood. Until then. Y'all, this is the perfect couple. These two. Until then. He could have as well just put the flower in his hair. Ah, I've died and gone to heaven. There's sweets as far as the eye can see. Better hurry before they're... Ah! Hey there, watch where you're going. Who is it? Nelly! Yes, sir, Lord Barnier, I'm so very sorry. Well, if it isn't Mel's sister. Someone's a bit too wound up, it seems. I've never been to a festival before, so I'm terribly sorry for running into you. Please don't get upset at me. Don't worry, I'm not upset. So you never went to any festivals in your homeland? What? No. I couldn't go to any because I was stuck at home all the time. I suppose you wouldn't be able to get out much and spread your wings as the daughter of a noble family, huh? Nope, not in the slightest. It's all dresses and manners and no time for fun. I'm surprised most people just don't get it. So I'm gonna spend all day celebrating with my Mel. Tee hee hee. That's what the festival's for, but don't go too crazy. I'm told you're not in the best of health. Yeah, but I'm feeling wonderful today, so I'll be fine. Oh, Nelly! You look anything but, girl. The festival isn't just for one day, so if you find yourself feeling unwell, let someone know right away, and then get some rest, understood? Jacopo, don't look at me with those eyes! Don't look at me with that face! Yes, sir. Nelly, where'd you run off to, Nell? What business do you have with my sister? Dearest Mel? I'm begging you, don't hurt her. I'm not sure what this looks like to you, but I haven't touched her. What's gotten into you, dearest Mel? The Lord was just concerned about me. Concerned? Him? Not in 1,000 years. Mel, we take care of business this afternoon. Be at my study at noon sharp. Okay, I'll be there. Oh, we can't have lunch together? Running a festival must be a lot of work. Y'all, it's already 3 AM. Okay, let's go. I delegated several days worth of work to my attendants so the festival wouldn't fall apart without me. My mind may have already been made up, but it was still my responsibility as Lord to ensure everything ran smoothly, so as long as I remained on the throne. But all I could do after was pray that someone much more qualified, someone of actual royal descent, stepped in to take my place. And before I knew it, noon was upon me. As the bell chimed 12, the three of us climbed the observation tower. The plan was to deliver Morgana her food, then send the other two back outside, so I could take her somewhere far, far away. But when we opened the door, her spirit had already left her body. The witch killed her. The blood of the witch killed my sister. That wine you're drinking is no medicine. It's the blood of the witch. You're all drinking witch blood. Oh my god, it's gonna be a massacre. There goes another one. What's going on? We were told it was a miracle elixir. You're saying we've been drinking a witch's blood? Please, everyone, don't panic. This must be some kind of mistake. A mistake? A girl is dead because of this mistake. No, this whole thing was a sham from the very beginning. You and the Lord were working together, buying our favor with this rubbish. Please, calm down, everyone. Death to all the devil's deceitful minions. Death, 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 death! Oh, they're killing everybody! Stop it, stay away from her, get back! Death to him too. Oh, he's not gonna go down that quickly though. That's what you get for coming in and making such a mess of our country, foreigner. Why are all these damn outsiders getting better treatment than the rest of us anyway? The Lord's a traitor to his own land. He doesn't deserve to be on the throne. We'll take this city back, free it from his corrupted grasp. Death to the traitor. Morgana's death set off a chain reaction of hell and suffering. Perhaps it was fate, for her intense animosity made manifest. All I knew for sure was what I could see. That the world was crumbling around me, and I was through the observation tower's window. The first to go was Mel's sister, who had regularly partaken of the miracle elixir. She started vomiting blood, and shortly thereafter, she was dead. Mel then broke down, revealing the truth about the elixir before stabbing himself in the throat. Fear and panic spread like a plague, breeding a desperate rage that found an outlet in the Saintess, the face of the church. The Far Eastern man dashed in to protect her from the mob, and soon a full-on battle broke out between supporters and opponents of the Lord. Actually, no, a battle would imply one side stood a fighting chance. It was closer to a riot, with anyone perceived to be on the Lord's side, ruthlessly slaughtered. It was as though I was peering into a nightmare. There was no question who would come out victorious. It was a scene I had witnessed once before, but this time I was on the receiving end. The illusory faith I had instilled in the people to distract them from their dissatisfaction disappeared in a wisp, and upon discovering it was all based on a lie, that dissatisfaction came flooding back stronger than ever. It's just a chain reaction from here. Jacopo! I could tell myself I always had the people's best interest in mind until I went blue in the face. But it didn't matter, I was a tyrant in their eyes. I turned away, and there lay Morgana's limp body. For a split second, I considered going over, leaning against the wall beside her, and taking my own life. With my foot hovering in the air, I swung my leg around, making my way toward the stairs. I had done enough to torment her in life, failing to even allow her to pass on peacefully. It would be cruel and disrespectful to force her to be with me, the man she despised more than any in the world, in death as well. I feel like he's gonna go out and get killed. And as I was still the Lord, having not yet stepped off the throne, the right thing to do would be facing the wrath that I had wrought. For a second I wondered if maybe Lord Barnier had greeted us thinking the same thing. The revolution 4 years ago was also a foregone conclusion. But he didn't run. He stayed and waited for us to arrive. Perhaps it was partially pride, and partially that it was the only way out. We had lived as lords, we had ruled as lords, and when the time came to harvest the seeds we had sown, we would die as we had lived. When I reached the ground level of the tower, I could hear shouting and banging and stomping through the door. They were probably tearing the mansion apart looking for me. Find him, they cried. Dethrone him, they cried. Burn him, they cried. This takes me back to Michael. When the knights came after him. But they're completely different men. Like so very far from one another. In the beginning, Jacopo would have, maybe held a light with Michael, if it wasn't also for his affection. But he turned. I felt slight pang of nostalgia as I listened to them, remembering when I had been in their position. All I had to do was open the door, and I would be dead in seconds. They didn't just have me vastly outnumbered. I had no intention of fighting. My life amounted to nothing. My people are all dying. Soon I'll be stripped of my title of Lord of the Land, and not a thing will be left. This is what you worked so hard for, Jacopo. You were your biggest downfall. It was all utterly meaningless. And it was all for what power? A higher position. I killed everyone I ever cared about, even Morgana. There's not a single person. No, I didn't end up killing Maria. I guess that's something to be thankful for. I pray you live on. By all means, spend the rest of your life hating me. Just so long as you live. Now off I go. I stepped out before my people. And here we see Michael. The Archangel Michael. This is very fitting. And a dozen bloodshot gazes snapped onto me all at once. I raised my hand in preparation to give them a few parting words, but lowered it again without saying anything. What could he even say? I think he realized that. There was nothing for me to say anymore. Nor did I have the willpower to produce words. Ugh. Here we go again! What a tragic life. They impaled me from head to toe with sickles and pitchforks, and all manner of deadly implements, and no longer able to support my own weight, I fell back against the door, sliding to the ground. I could feel the life draining from my body. Did he always wear this necklace? It's not the one that he bought for Morgana, is it? Now I don't remember what he had around his neck. No, I think he had it. Oh, this is gonna haunt me. Their voices grew faint. Were they shouting, grieving, cheering? I could no longer tell the difference. My consciousness quickly slipped away, and as it did, flashes of memories whisked past. A child fighting to survive, day by day. A young man with his head in the clouds, hell-bent on going out in the world. A crowd of friends hooting and howling in a pub. Girls at a brothel constantly teasing but always reliable. And you at my side. I thought I felt a gust of wind. Y'all, it's not always you need to dual wield tissues. uh, uh, uh. Guiding Jacopo's mind toward one particular memory. Don't do this to me! We never heard it because of the wind. Oh. I don't need to see the world. All I want is... And after so many years, I finally figure out what she had said that day. I don't need to see the world. Y'all, I can't. I can't. Oh. Not long after we met, I told her that I thought we might come from the same region, and that perhaps, if you went back far enough, you might find we even shared a bloodline. And she remembered. Nearly 3 years later, she still remembered that insignificant conversation. And this where I gaslight myself into him realizing that he just felt a familiar love. Can we all just gaslight ourselves into that? No, that's the canon one. That's the canon one. He never liked her in that way. Nearly 3 years later, she still remembered that insignificant conversation, which was why she didn't want to see the world. She was more than happy to just find the land from which we came. I never needed to reign supreme. I never needed the favor of the masses. All I needed to do was go looking for that little pocket of tranquility. I stand before a gorgeous golden field. Flowers bloom all around, swaying in the warm breeze. Vaguely familiar faces smile and laugh. After a long and hard journey, we finally made it. There was no big bustling city, no one dressed in extravagant clothing. But they would welcome us warmly, welcome us as kin. It's a quiet land, not a trace of strife. They bask in harmony. Smiles on everyone's faces. Nevertheless, she's still afraid of how they might treat her, so I offer her my hand. This is it. This is our home. As we draw... This is so freaking difficult. As we draw closer to our home, her tense nerves seem to loosen, and she lets out a barely audible sigh. She slowly draws back, the hood covering her. How are we feeling? You bastard! I hate you. The soft light of the sun shining down to reveal for the first time her face. A beautiful girl stands there, so enchanting I find myself at a loss for words. A smile rises to her face, now free of the hideous marks that once covered it. A smile brighter than I've ever before seen. The lush fields stretching out behind her accentuate the glimmering gold of her eyes. I stand there, silently taking in the sight, her braids fluttering the breeze. A sky blue as sapphire drapes the scenery. She isn't a witch here, she's an ordinary girl, and me, an ordinary boy. At least it sounds like you got younger, Jacopo, and y'all the same age, right? Right? Or else I'ma freaking kick you in the balls. And possibly drown you too. We have no power, no extraordinary abilities. And I can't think of anything more wonderful. With all the weight lifted from my soul, I give a soft sigh, looking her in the eyes, and then I chuckle, remembering something she once said. And you told me to prepare to be let down. Ordinary though we may now be, our banter remains unchanged. And I know she's got a snarky response waiting to let loose. This is what I could have had. I'm such a mess. You know what? You guys saved me, because if we would have kept this for the next stream, my makeup would have been ruined. I'd rather it be ruined now. Oh, I mean, all that hard work for what? Oh. Is what I could have had if I made the right choices. He made so many wrong ones. And they really had no turning back. The most fatal one being Morgana. What I wanted, more than anything in the world. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Yeah. They messed with us in the base game. They messed with us in this one. I'm dehydrated. I'm dehydrated because of it. I wonder if we're gonna have anything in the end of this. No, thank you for creating this! Thanks to every single one of them. Maria! Goddamn. Everyone's lost their fucking minds. I need to get the hell out of this city and fast. Please do. On the first day of the Harvest Festival, I got this crazy bad sinking feeling. So I went to check out that new church across the bridge. Some kind of riot or uprising or something had happened. But it was all finished by the time I got there. It must have been, you know what? It couldn't. I can't think that it was like a curse, like a supernatural curse. It was more so that Morgana's body got a disease. And that's what happened, because she was locked up there. And it's not like her severed arm got treated. And not long after, the truth of what the Lord had been doing came to light. I wished I'd never heard a damn thing. I didn't need anyone to tell me he wasn't the guy I grew up with. But never in my wildest dreams had I imagined he was that far gone. All the time in the world wasn't enough to make sense of that. The valuable asset he had been storing in the observation tower was, of all fucking things, the girl we'd look after a few years back. Morgana. But the madness didn't end there. The witch with the miracle blood everyone had been talking about, that was her too. My mind was so scrambled, I wasn't sure what to be most stunned by. Maria is gonna go mad. But I had far less time to organize my thoughts or vent my frustration than I could have imagined. If I were smart, I would have left town the instant I learned the truth. But she ran back there, didn't she? Or what? After the riot, a strange sickness began spreading through the city. If you caught it, your skin would start turning black. Then, before long, you'd be vomiting blood. Anyone who tried to treat it was infected themselves. The people called it the witch's curse. A plague. Get your heads out of the sand. I tried to say, there's no such things as curses. But I couldn't bring myself to finish. As much as I wanted to believe it wasn't, I was starting to think that maybe the curse was real. Especially thinking back on the scene at the top of the tower. The heavy air in the chamber, her dead body's eyes wide open, the eerie glimmer in those eyes that I was pretty sure I hadn't imagined. It was like I had stepped into another world, and I could barely keep myself vertical. If she really was a witch, then yeah, that scene was pretty damn convincing argument in favor of the existence of her curse. It didn't matter that she was dead. And even me, the least superstitious girl around, was starting to consider it a possibility. So the people who had actually believed in the miracle elixir were freaking right the fuck out. They had seen what the Lord had done to her, how much pain and suffering he had caused her. It was easy to believe she hated the world enough to curse it. That's what witches did after all. And the city was scared to death. First, they tried to seal the curse into the observation tower. But that didn't stop its spread. So next, they went after anyone who had known her in life and punished them. Almost there. The forest isn't far. There she is, that's her. Shit. They discovered that the witch had taken refuge at a brothel a few years back, and it wasn't long before they linked me to it, making me their next target. None of us at the brothel had had any idea Morgana's blood possessed that kind of power. But the more I tried to defend myself, the more they began to suspect me, thinking every word a rouse. The whole city had gone completely batshit. It's right there. Like hell I'm gonna let them catch me. I have a feeling that they might. Oh no, her arm! No! Jacopo, if this too, Jacopo! If it wasn't for her arm! She's down, boys, get her. No. No, get off me, asshole. Get away from me. What the hell do you think you're doing? Wait. A bunch of men dragged me to the church and tossed me in the cellar. I could hear them shouting through the locked door. O witch, O great witch, we offer unto you punishment for those who wronged and forsook you in life. So please, we beg of you, stay your anger. Have mercy upon us. Hey, have you assholes lost your fucking minds? I didn't do a goddamn thing to her. I never wronged her, and I sure as hell didn't forsake her. I didn't have any idea what this sick fuck was doing to her. O great witch, please spare us from the wrath of your curse. Please have mercy on us who laid not our hands upon you. O witch, O witch, O great witch. You're fucked in the heads, every last one of you. You're not accomplishing anything by putting me down here. So let me out, please. Let me out of here. Damn it, they really did just leave me here. The door's locked tight. I'm not pounding my way through this. Damn thing won't even budge. Wasn't this where the Maria of door 3 saw a portrait? And was there something like written in Italian or something? Fuck. Fucking fuck. Something. There has to be something I can do. Hey, is anyone out there? Someone let me out of here. I didn't do anything. How long have I been in here? I'm so fucking thirsty. Food. That would be nice too. Someone, get me out of here. Please. I feel like my body's made of stone. I'm going to starve to death in here. You've gotta be kidding. Oh god, I feel sick. My everything hurts. Uh-oh! What? Is that blood? My blood? She got the sickness. It's so dark. I never noticed. All the black patches on my skin. Why? The curse. But I never did anything to you. Why? Why would you curse me? Why, Morgana? What did I do? You didn't mean to, did you? It was just a little mistake, wasn't it? You can still take it back. There's time, just take it off me. I didn't do anything to deserve this. I didn't do anything to deserve being cursed. Come on, spare me. This is all on his fucking head, not mine. Is it because I didn't do anything? Maria, you tried. Is that it? Are you saying that I'm to blame too? Because I didn't do anything to stop it? Because I couldn't trust anyone but myself? That's asking way too much. How was I even supposed to know what was going on? I was up to my neck in my own shit already. Come on, Morgana. Give me a little sympathy. Spare me from your curse. I can barely move my body at all. I feel like I'm all out of blood to cough up. I don't even have the energy to cry for help anymore. So this is how I go, huh? And when I'm gone, that means everyone's dead. I wonder what whoever finds my body will think. They'd probably think that I was one of them. Now wouldn't that be some real bullshit? Look at me. I know how to write! Hold on! Door 3? Door 3 cellar! I'm a woman and a whore and from the slums. But look at me, I can read and write. Pretty impressive, huh? Why, I forgot how I learned though. Oh right, I had a friend who was doing some really important work. So I studied so I could help them out if they ever needed anything. And I'll make sure to write it all fancy and proper, so no one suspects it was written by a whore. See, I'd make a kick-ass aide. Who were they though? I can't remember anymore. You hear that? I'm innocent. The sinners are the ones who lived here. It was all them, not me. So if somehow there's something after this, and our souls live on, please only curse them. Oh! They're the bad guys. It's all their fault. Maria. Wake up, Maria. What? I've unlocked the door for you. Now get up. You don't want to be sleeping on the cold, hard floor. Morgana? What? How? You're dead. Oh, I'm dead, am I? Hey, you must be half asleep still. But Now that's enough of that. Let's get you out of here, shall we? How? I can barely move. I think you'll find that untrue, my dear. Go on, stand up. You were right. I can move. And I feel better than ever. It's like I was just imagining all the pain. She's gone. See, what did I tell you? Now come, let's get out of this dreadful place. They're waiting for you. Huh? Ah, it's about time you showed up, boss. Ceren! What? Yay, I'm so glad you're okay. I've been worried out of my mind. Ceren? I was told you were killed. Say what? Do you really want me dead that bad, boss? Did I goof up on the job? No, I never said that. And you're a model worker too. I've always been glad to have you around. Whee! Maria said something nice about me. Teehee. It must have been real rough in there, huh, boss? I can't believe all those bad men would just lock you up. It's not nice. How's the city doing? Have things cleared up? You can rest easy. Everything's alrighty all now. I'm glad to hear it. You look like someone just pissed in your stew, girl. And that's Gratien. Where's that burning fire in your eyes? Ah. Hey there. I knew a little solitary wouldn't get the best out of you, girl. Whoa, 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 don't you stare. What? You think I was dead too? Like hell, ain't nothing in this whole damn world could take me down. I'm the crew's #1 for a good reason. That's right, you are, aren't you? You survived living as a slave in Barnier's manor. There's not much that could kill you. I think that Jacopo is also gonna appear. Damn straight, huh? Don't you worry about nothing. Long as I'm around, nothing can touch our slums. Yeah, I believe you. So hey, if you're alive, does that mean... That it does. We're all alive, every last one of us. The Jacopo that we liked! But he had one major freaking flaw. But we already gaslit ourselves into, you know, believing differently, right? Right? You were never a morning person, but this is a bit ridiculous, don't you think? Jacopo. Is that really you? Is it really the same old Jacopo I used to know? What do you mean used to know? I'm the same Jacopo you've always known. But you became the Lord, and then you killed everyone. Do you really have that little faith in me? Oh, Jacopo! And the fact that he does say this! Y'all, if anything, he teaches us what not to do. I would never kill any of you, you know that. Just look around. Does anyone look dead to you? Because they sure look alive to me. Whatever terrible dream you're having down there, Maria, it's about time you come back to reality. But look me in the eyes. Tell me I'm not the same Jacopo you've always known. No, you're definitely you. The same old friend I've always known. Haha, see? Was that so hard? Well, we've got the whole gang here. So what do you say we go do something? Hit the pub maybe? Oh, now that's a plan. We're well overdue for another drinking contest. Oh, I want in too. You're coming with us too, aren't you, Morgs? I'm not comfortable in such lively places. Come on, just this once. We can sing together even. Your voice will have the whole place enchanted in a snap. I won't be singing, but I suppose I can join you this once. The chance doesn't come around often. Oh, come on, you never want to go when I ask, but you will if she does. You could be drowning and I still wouldn't agree to do anything you asked, so that's irrelevant. I'm not going because Ceren invited me, but for Maria. Will you join us? You bet your butt I will. She never went with us, but now I'm so glad. I'm okay. I'm not okay. Oh my gosh. Does someone remember what it said on the floor? What was carved on the floor on door 3 in the cellar? I think Maria went to get the wine and then she was surprised that there was a painting of a white-haired girl and then there was writing on the floor. So glad that everyone's alive. It was all a dream. Just a bad dream. I knew it. None of that could ever happen to us. Save a seat for me, guys. I'm coming. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get back to the big screen. But I just want to say that I really enjoyed this story. The base game is still my absolute favorite, but this one was so well written too, and also the characters. Oh, thank you so much, Winnie, thank you! Jacopo deserved to be cursed for all eternity, just for this life alone. Yes! Yes, yes, yes. Y'all. But we can't take away that he's a damn well-written character and interesting. Morgana too. Morgana is also fantastically written. Oh my goodness. I never thought that I would enjoy a visual novel this much. Like both of the Fata Morgana games that we've played so far. Insane. So on Friday we'll do the sub-episodes. Come on. I'm trying to close. The game doesn't want to let me there.